What?
Car keys?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's lost.
I like your stream card.
Thank you.
They've been really good the last few days.
Good morning, everybody. They've been really good the last few days. I can't believe Girk hired a voice actor to complement the stream cards and fluff the Louvre just so he doesn't have to raise their wages. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I know. Well, I hope it works. I was wondering if you can have Pickles send me good vibes. My mother-in-law just got diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Oh shit, I'm so sorry to hear that, Nedog. Um, that's tough, man. Really. I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone, send Nedog good vibes. He's having a shitty day. Since we're all family here, is it okay that Carl got stuck in the washer head first again? That's the kind of like a stepsister, right? And good morning. Carl's always trying to get his arms jammed in the sink, dishwasher. And just ignore him. Can you turn up the Discord? You mean turn on the Discord? My wife said she had to work today. Sneaky lady snuck over to your place instead. I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. Thanks, Dances with Hand. What's up, Girk? We bearish? Well, prices are down. That's usually the start to bearishness, right? We lost 40 basis points on yesterday's close so far. We're approaching that 1.25 standard deviation resistance here before market open. So it looks good. I hope it continues to fail. Are you excited about the line of hedgy nightmares? You mean the arbitrary line that people have drawn that just shows that GameStop goes down over time? No. Did any long positions get out on the jump overnight? Maybe in the future side. Win V. We have some data today. I know we've got one of the Fed speakers is on right now. We've got PMI flash 15 minutes after market open. We got new home sales and the Richmond manufacturing index. So we actually have quite a bit of data in the early morning. Then not a lot until the 2-year auction at 1. And then that's about it for today. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get a V today. Things aren't looking so hot for the bulls. Low on dough this month. Can you press the MOASS button, please? I tried. I think it's still broken. Richmond? Like Virginia? I think. Greg, do you know where to acquire termites? My dog's groomer broke my dog's tail during a bath. Okay, hold up. What the fuck are the termites gonna do about that situation, though? You need to clarify all of this. Thank you, Vorname. The fuck? Oh, there it goes. Jimmy's doing a sad open. I don't like that. Flew too close to the sun. Icarus. Hmm. Did you see there's a pasta price crisis protest in Italy? No? All Italians hand make all their pasta. I don't know what you're talking about. Any thoughts on Fubo lately? Yeah, it's probably gonna go back to $1.50. Ooh, Upstart's not done. More weeklies. Hmm. Maybe not. Thanks, Baradactyl. Hope your day will be better than mine. Me too. Well, best to hold off on spy puts until the confirmation of the 4,200 reposition or close. I mean, you could. There's quite the gap to the upside there. I feel like if we fill that, there's a chance that we get pretty close to those 4,200s. There's definitely still a little upside momentum left, so not out of the question. GME GM dropped, I believe, a few cents. Yeah, Gamma Max fell on GME to 24.22. Mm. Trying to see what Upstart's doing here. T+5. Today's T3. So actually, my wife says I'm allowed to get one attachment for our stand mixer, meat grinder, or pasta maker. Pasta maker. The meat grinder on the like KitchenAid stand mixers kind of sucks. Me too is not an appropriate retort to hope your day's better than mine. Hilarious, but inappropriate. Oh, my bad. And what is the proper retort? Oh, okay. Thanks, Baradactyl. That's what I fucking thought. Internalized orders from yesterday? Could be. I mean, Upstart's got pretty flat gamma up to like $30. It's and still very sensitive to like big index moves. Upstart MOASS? No, but it's doing good. I think today is T plus 5. Let me double check though. It's kind of like T5 from the bigger move. There might not be a lot to blow off here. That was yesterday. Yeah, there might be a little carryover from ETFs from like last Tuesday. Today's also T2, so more importantly probably is that it's T2. Let me see here. $4 hour, we've got a little bit of covering going on. GME is just being shorted. Best pizza in or near Queens? I don't know. I don't really go to Queens for pizza. I'm sure there's maybe some good places, but I wouldn't know where they are. I usually only go there to eat Greek food or get drunk. When VIX 30. What's it at right now? Well, it's almost breaking 18, which is cool. Hold on, let me get a look at some of the positioning here. Curious. Yeah, I would say we could see some more downside today. We've got a lot of put interest. 4180, 75, 70, 4150, 4155. Yeah, I mean, put interest is pretty stacked to the downside. 4200 looks like it's selling off. The chances of us filling the gap do not look great. At least not right now. Maybe if we get a bounce in ES, we're getting close to resistance, which is around 41.80. So it's still about $10 short, but close. Maybe we'll start to see some sold puts come in. We weren't really seeing any of those yesterday. Is it a good time to sell CCs on GME or wait until the end of day tomorrow? I mean, you might miss out on a couple bucks if you wait, but it might be worth it in case it runs. The potential's still there, right? Because it's not getting any more liquid. It's tricky. New Park Pizza in Queens. There you go. Anything we can infer about the rate at which NVIDIA GM is rising? Is it a lot of far dated out of the money calls? Probably not that far out of the money. It's pretty close to GM right now. It's like a lot of farther dated 40 or 320s and 325s, but they're still significantly less than the short call positions. FSLR doing its thing. I know. Yeah, don't forget May OPEX last year where we ran on Wednesday. Although we did have liquidity realization before we ran. So there was some warning. This time we're not seeing any of that. TD Cohen gave Lily a $500 price target today. Good for them. NVIDIA failing, Upstart failing, GME coming back a little bit. Yeah, this doesn't look great. Seems like it's just kind of tracking with NASDAQ right now. A little bit of covering here on Upstart, but slumping and way above Gamma Max, right? So careful trying to play this one. GME might have more potential as the day moves on and Dark Pool's dump. IBKR not giving me any puts, and I'm 20 cents above the ask. The fuck is going on? I don't know. I don't know your family. That's the beauty of it. There's a Domino's Francis Lewis Boulevard. Best pizza in Queens. That's disgusting. PMI flash in 3 minutes. Yeah. And IV's pricing it in too. 60. Nope, hold on. All right. Palantir running. Yeah, a little bit. Palantir might keep running. Fubo's making a run for it. Hmm. That's kind of interesting, actually. Fubo already did realize a lot of liquidity. But it could realize a lot more, right? Maybe not. Well, that's kind of interesting, actually. Give me a second. PMI flash 5.5 versus the previous 53.6. For services, composite 54.5, manufacturing 48.5. So beat miss. So it's still a lot of just sold calls at $2 on Fubo, though. I don't know how much of a chance it has at blowing out the strike. Maybe not much. Put interest still looks pretty strong. ES did find some support on the resistance, and it's bouncing a tiny bit. It's got a little volume on the bounce, although it's dwindling. Okay. What's up, Girk? I missed the Sunday stream and yesterday. Any major shifts in the market? Thoughts on DDS? I didn't say anything about DDS. Why would I have talked about DDS? There's no DDS DD or information. BlackRock is saying the Fed is likely to pause in June. They literally said the opposite. Is this the end of the cliff? We'll see. Any information on the debt negotiation last night? I didn't really see much in the news. Time for 0 DTEs. Where do we reject? I don't know. There's still a little more room to the upside here. Maybe like 41.90. Yeah, maybe 41.90. 41.90, 85 are still skewed kind of negative. And someone's buying 41.80 puts still. They're really pushing back against the futures is really pushing back against the put positioning. But it also looks like this can reject on resistance. And this is really the only thing driving the long side right now, so it's probably what we should be watching. No problem, Prestige Fitness. Thank you. No progress, but the tone was better. That's fucking doesn't mean anything. Yellen said default becoming more likely. How's it become more likely? It's they're just gonna run out of money. That's a guarantee. Fed pause in June after debt ceiling deal brings treasury selling and SPX sell-off. Maybe. I don't see how. I still don't think there's a case for the Fed pausing. I mean, all of the Fed presidents have said that they think, I think all of them, except for J-Pow and was it Lyle? Like Brainerd? Are the only two that are, watching the data, but everyone else wants to raise rates again. See, like median CPI and PCE are still stagnant. The current rates, I mean, the current real rate, don't forget that the real rate is still only like 0.75%, right? The Fed hasn't done a lot. 2 girls, 1 cup, Gork is a shill. Thanks, Dwayne the Long Johnson. It's always good to hear that first thing in the morning. Let us know when 41.90 no longer seems likely. Okay. There's still a chance for it right now. Call profitability is really low. I do think if we get another downward slide on futures or we nail the rejection here, then that's probably it for the out of the money calls right now because there's a shitload of puts. Upstart tapping, just tapping 30. Yeah, there's still some covering going on Upstart. Not on GME. GME is getting shorted. $41.80 on ES needs to give. Then we can have big downs. Yeah, I agree. None of our upside on SPX right now is being driven by the call positioning, right? It's just being driven by futures. Yellen, we're running out of money. If we run out of money, we might default. Any thoughts on Grab? No, but I could look. Isn't this just like shitty DoorDash? But for like Southeast Asia? I wouldn't invest in emerging markets right now. What I mean is, I think big players are going to dump the market hard when more treasuries are issued. I mean, yeah. That's I mean, that's just what happens when treasuries are issued because it ties up all the liquidity and raises yields. Fed pauses the rate after US defaults on debt and SPX goes to 2200. Is this a good time for Fubo covered calls? Might not be a bad opportunity. The debt ceiling has been raised 40 times over the last 30 years. Why so hardline now? They do this every fucking... It's just political posturing, mostly. It always gets raised, eventually. The biggest problem right now is the Treasury's a little bit more broke than they should be, which doesn't give the politicians time to fuck around, but the politicians are fucking around. I liked your stream card the past few days. Thanks, STD Slot Machine. You're not the only one. PayPal's looking good on the chart. Yeah, it's not looking bad. Sold Jimmy $30 covered calls yesterday, expiring Friday. I'm profitable if assigned, but I'd rather keep my shares. Am I good? I don't think you're in any significant danger right now. Even if Jimmy were to run, you know, the chances of it going above like 27, 28 are very, very slim. This market is straight up wackadoodle? Really? I feel like it's been a lot more tame the last 2 days, 3 days. That was everything, including rides on a motorbike instead of a car. I mean, they do that in most major cities because you can get through traffic faster. Like, nobody's delivering my Uber Eats in New York City in a car. If they're shorting GME, does that mean possible OPEX run later today or tomorrow? Yeah, or just no OPEX run? I'm gonna get burned by NVIDIA earnings, aren't I? Probably. I don't know. What are you flipping coins on it? Quick question. Would you consider doing a try on haul video if we hit 4,000 today? Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm just dropping in to say that I think the MMAT is going to the moon. I know you think that. And by moon, I mean 27 to 28 cents. I'm also avoiding emerging markets. I think we're going into a hot, dry summer with a liquidity crunch, and supply lines are reorganizing to avoid exposure to certain countries. Okay, yeah, I think supply issues are going to become more prominent over the next like 5 years, especially as like major powers become more fractured politically. Richmond Fed data out. Ooh, cool. What do we got? Shit. Well, services are slightly better. So services improved month over month. Manufacturing shipments are down. Total index is flat. New home sales are still up, above estimates. Yep, and above month over month as well. Although forecasted to be negative 2%, they beat by 0.1, putting them at 4.1%. So much for housing getting cheaper. Is Upstart headed back down below 20, you think, ever? Yeah, it can. It may take a little time, but it definitely can. It's still got a lot of headwinds, especially if the Fed continues to raise rates. Absolutely no OPEX run is also an option, but in the past you've wanted to see GME shorted before OPEX covering. Yeah, this isn't like hard shorting. They're not trying to like drive the price down to Vega neutral. They're not borrowing shares, right? It's just they're selling calls and crushing IV, which is bad. Fubo broke too. It broke too before. Services better, manufacturing slightly worse, home slightly better, stagflation. I mean, we'll find that out tomorrow. IV on Upstart is through the roof. Yeah, so they'll want to sell it, right? Onshoring and protectionism is super bearish for margins, right? Yes. Or bad for inflation. There doesn't seem to be a bull case for like the next decade. I know that sounds drastic, but macro is so bad. Well, I mean, a rising, if we can get the dollar value up, that benefits US exporters immensely, right? So it may not be as bad for margins as you would think. But yeah, the macro is getting worse, and nationalism is definitely taking the forefront there. Onshoring industry is probably a necessity, though. Another lost decade. Do you have a GME PT before earnings? I mean, not yet, but it can easily slip back to like 18 to $16. Bear call spreads on GME seems good here. No. Still risky. I mean, just as risky as selling covered calls, I guess. If you have enough theta, then probably not bad. But is the IV worth it? GME's IV is dog shit. Like, there's a million better places to sell spreads with less potential for volatility. Bear call spreads on Upstart worth it while IV is high? Probably, yeah. based on what I'm seeing here, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to be the only person shorting the volatility there. It's still a little longer before we see any downside here on SPX, but it's getting closer. I think we're still a little bit stagnant at like 4180. Yeah, we're really waiting to see a futures breakdown. Ooh, Lily's shitting the bed pretty hard this morning. Down $5 already. Sweet. Yeah, I can pull up VIX. I don't really need to watch a video right now. Let me switch this. Upstart News today? No. There's a lot of like short squeeze news out on Upstart right now, huh? I feel like I'm listening to NPR. Okay. Why is that? When you want to know about a play from Gherk, it's not about yes or no. Need to read the body language as well. Lily puts for the win. Lily's having a nice morning. Is there any covering to do? I imagine they would cover into a dropping market if that mythical drop in indices ever happens. Yeah, I mean, if they want to get liquidity, that's the best place to get it because you can stay short, right? Jimmy Ivy actually went up quite a lot, like high 60s to 90% for around 30 DTE. It's still kind of shit though, right? I mean, at least historically. Upstart looks a little tip toppy to me. I mean, it's very close to as far as it can really run. Girk's body language is the secret DDS DD. He blinks every time, and now I have 5,000 shares. Oh boy. I'm feeling degen and eyeing those cheap 4150s. They are moderately tempting, but I'm trying to stay away from them. Hmm. 2.5. Positioning is not really changing a lot. Well, it's just kind of a battle over like 41.85, 41.90 between the puts and calls. There's a lot more put gamma on the chain, but we're in a positive gamma environment, so the call side is still favored here, even though it's weaker. Unless we fall below 41.80, in which case it gets a lot worse. But ES is being a little bitch and doing nothing. There's tons of buy volume. It's just not getting us anywhere. You think M is cheap here? And what do you want to like buy and hold it? Yes. It's pretty cheap. What's weird is their earnings weren't even that bad. Their guidance wasn't great, but their earnings were pretty good. They sold off like crazy. Everyone wants to put their money in tech, but I mean, Macy's has like a decent yield. It's not a bad stock. I don't think they're going to go out of business or anything anytime soon. Although their debt is kind of, well, I don't know how far they've come on improving their debt. Yeah, their debt's still pretty bad. They got current liabilities of 4.86 billion. So they are getting their current liabilities down a little bit, but their non-current liabilities are still kind of huge at 9.14. They're trading at about book, which is generally not a bad price. The dividend is decent. They could always pull back on the dividend in order to pay off their debt, which would be preferable, but the stock will take a big hit if they do it. Like I'd rather see them focus on like e-commerce growth, pull back the dividend and finance that and get their debt paid down. But even if they don't, they're a pretty stable company, right? Zim is dead. That thing's always been a piece of shit. I shorted it for a while, but I didn't want to pay the dividend, so I closed. Do you have a long-term port that you DCA into? Yep. No, not everything's like AMD. Uh, I do have like a. I mean, I have to put profits somewhere, so yeah, I generally invest that into longer-term holdings. Did you enter Tesla puts at the tip here? Not yet. It's enticing, but it can go higher. Maybe like 195. What's Tesla's GM today? Hold on one second. I know it climbed up, but I don't know how much. Yeah, I mean, I think like potentially up to like 197 for Tesla. So I'm still waiting. It is above Gamma Max though. Gherk's ahead of the curve again. I started seeing articles about how the Treasury can crush the market over the next few months. Start to pop up last night. The media tends to be pretty slow. Also, they're not incentivized to talk about the bad stuff up front, right? Ooh, fun. Well, I guess we know who won. ES selling off back to resistance again. We're still not below 4180. We got a ways to go. Like $7 more to the downside. $41.67.50 is fast gamma. Starts to get a lot more bearish below that. So I got a pretty decent pile of cash. Not sure where to deploy. I think I'm going to wait a few months before a few more months, but I can't help getting these FOMO fears when the market just keeps going up lately. I mean, there's no fear in the market, right? It's never a good time to buy when there's no fear, especially for like long-term holdings. How about Nordstrom's? I mean, I owned it until Ryan Cohen bought in. They have some management issues. I don't know if they're gonna turn anything around or not, but they could. I mean, they should be more resilient in the event of a like drawn out recession, just because of who they cater to. Luxury brands are still doing very well, and luxury brands still need retailers, right? But Macy's has Bloomingdale's, so, and I would argue that Bloomingdale's does better than Nordstrom's. Did you sell because RC bought in? Yeah, I sold on the pump and then I shorted it. It was a good choice. I don't want to. I mean, I really don't want to be involved with anything he's involved with. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the guy. You're wrong. Ryan would have bought M instead of JWN. Yeah, like he bought Bobby because that was such a great fucking company. Totally did his due diligence there. SPX to 4190 again today. I mean, we're not very far from 4190 right now. Right now we could just as easily hit 4190 as we could 4170. Futures keeps finding support at 4185, which is not great. I like Ryan. At least he's doing something. What? What's he doing? Please inform me. RC did do his due diligence. He got out when he saw the books. He saw the books before he bought in. It's a public company. How high can Palantir go? Yikes. It's getting pretty close to resistance, like long-term resistance. There's a shitload of resistance at 14. There's a decent amount of resistance at like 1335. It's probably already above gamma max. Although I haven't checked for a few days. And gamma max is at 1428. But it's dropping, well, flattening out. Can you tell Tom Lee to stop buying the dip? Thanks. It was my niece's graduation yesterday, and at dinner I gave her a few hundos. Then her grandma from my brother-in-law's side gave her 40. I kind of felt bad. Like I showed her up for being poor. Am I the asshole? Yeah. But you did it first, right? So they should have just given her more. Or you're at least the cool uncle. The nefarious board. There's nothing nefarious about it. The company was doing share buybacks with loans at $30 a share, which was already known information. You weren't gonna, there was no turning that around. Fucking BCG. Fuck off. When you go shopping, do you have a preference for centaur shoes or are horseshoes fine for you? I don't know if there's a difference between those two things. Still no deal on the debt. Bullish. Market finished short. I want to say that the U.S. defaulting on its debt is bearish, but might be bullish because why not? No, it's bearish. I bought my nieces and nephews each a handheld Nintendo Switch last year. I felt like a good uncle. Cool. Did you buy them from GameStop? Or are you a fucking shill? SPX downs now? Maybe at some point. Slowly. Very slowly it's shifting more bearish, but it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be quick. A shift bearish here probably means we slide below gamma neutral. The longs are probably going to fight to get their positioning out as much as they can. So the momentum's starting to move against them, but it's not quick. I don't think today is going to be that exciting unless we get some volatility from the debt ceiling. The data's out, right? So, and it's mixed. The people who think a default is bearish are crazy. The market only goes up. Sometimes it goes down. I bought my niece and nephew options as a strategic investment. I'm not allowed at Christmas anymore. They'll thank you one day. Or they'll just never read it, which is probably more likely. Maybe you've divided those siblings forever. Like one of them's going to read it and become super successful. The other's going to become a Dan. It'll all be your fault. The monster stocks in QQQ made me sell out of SQQQ. The bigger they are. I buy nicer gifts for my nieces and nephews than I do for my own kids to teach them that life isn't fair. I think what you're really teaching them is that their father's a prick. Please, to the love of God, tell me we won't be chopping in a $10 range all day again. um, no, I don't think we will, but for now we are. Is volatility on the menu? I mean, if there's more developments with the debt ceiling, there could be more volatility. I mean, I think momentum is going to shift here. There's quite a lot of puts in place, so it's taking a while. It may not happen till like the latter part of the day, but do you fancy Boyle? Not really. I prefer to stay the fuck away from Boyle. There's much safer ways to get exposure to nat gas. Can you speak to us about your honest expectations for GME coming up and how that's going to play out? Thanks. Am I dishonest about my expectations for GME? I don't think so. I mean, I think they have low debt, but not a sufficient amount of capital on hand to spur any significant growth cycle. So at some point, they're going to have to dilute or seek outside capital. I expect them to expand their e-commerce business at some point. You can only cut costs for so long to push profitability. And they either need acquisitions or they need new revenue streams. Well, acquisitions would give them new revenue streams, but they need revenue. And at some point they're going to have to seek that out. Until then, I think they're stable. But you know, obviously there's a risk for dilution because I don't think Ryan Cohen is big on going for outside capital. So dilution's definitely on the table. $1 billion simply is not enough money to fund any kind of significant growth cycle, at least not enough to expand their business to compete with other businesses in their sector, which is like Walmart, Best Buy, Target, Amazon, right? So they've got some big competition, but not a lot of money to fund the growth. So if they want to capture market share during a down cycle and a contraction in margins, they have an opportunity to do so because they have no debt, and they are stable, but they will need capital to fund it. RC tweeted a fist. Yeah, good for him. So I don't think GME's, a bad hold. I think it has growth potential. But the board has been reticent to move forward with anything that produces actual growth. Until they do, I'm not confident they will, right? A 2-year turnaround's a good sign, but yeah, they need to invest in growth, and that investment is probably going to come at a cost to shareholders. But if they do that, if they do expand, and they are able to capture a larger market share, there's quite a lot of room for them to grow. You don't want to buy Newegg. Newegg's got all kinds of fucking issues and weird insider ownership between their like with their like Chinese holding company. That thing's a shit show. What do you think the timeline is on dilution? I'm not sure. I mean, probably an official recession. I mean, right now, you know, their competition isn't really contracting severely. It's starting to. Target, you noticed with this last earnings, Walmart's a little more diversified in their product selection. It didn't contract quite as much. You know, Amazon's down year over year big time, but there's more room for contraction there, and if they're smart, they'll really wait till those companies start to cut costs on a larger scale before they push forward with any kind of growth cycle. But ultimately, RC's experience is in e-commerce, right? And so that's where you would expect the focus to be. And hopefully they do, because Jumi could be a lot more valuable as an e-commerce company. It's still hard though. I mean, we still live in a day and age where, you know, physical games are moving to the wayside, right? And there's just less and less reason for people to go into a GameStop. It's not so much that people are playing less physical games. It's just that, you know, you can buy them online, right? Even from GameStop, and which means that they have a lot of stores they're leasing unnecessarily. That's a huge cost to them right now. They still have a lot of stores they need to close that don't make any money. And closing those down over the next 2 to 3 years will also be pretty significant. I think they should do more to attract their local communities into the stores, especially if they're going to try to focus on maintaining a brick and mortar arm of the business. I discovered zero DTE debit spreads on SPX. Makes the Theta Decay a bit nicer. Yeah, they're fun. I like them. I won't prod too much, but this gal doesn't seem like the eat a raw hot dog kind. Yeah? Not that I've seen. Besides your hot dog, of course. Hmm. How likely is the US debt ceiling? That could be a black swan event and really did default on June 1st. If that happens, what SPX action do you see? SPX could drop into June and July. SPX could drop like fucking 30 basis points in a few days if we default on our debt. It's a very big deal. Do you mind shifting over to the left so we can see the gap? Oh, sure. Is there any way to have a standing buy order and a trailing sell order active on IBKR? You can probably program it in Python. No, I mean 30%. It's a 3,000 BPS. I don't think a default's going to happen either. A technical default is possible if everyone fucks around for too long, but a true default is not going to happen. That'd be like USA, same like failed state. Yeah, there might be like a credit downgrade or something like that. I mean, obviously that would still be met with a significant sell-off in indexes, but yeah, a default is bad. It's not likely at all. The chances of default are minute. I just said there's not going to be a default, Bruce. A technical default? Yeah, I mean, there's you could probably, if we hit a technical default, the market could drop 10, 15%, maybe 20. So you could pretty much be short anything at that point. Honest expectations on GME earnings coming up. No positive EPS. I mean, unlikely for them to see positive EPS. They may be able to remain cash flow positive. I don't know how many store closures we're going to see in this quarter, but if their revenues aren't too bad, they could remain cash flow positive. But positive EPS that'd be hard. Quarter one is generally not very good for them. They're a retailer primarily still, right? Quarters 1 through 3 are usually not great. You say default is impossible, but I default all the time. Yeah, you're not the US government, though. If the market loses 10 to 30%, then would oil and energy likely go up? Yeah. If the dollar goes down, which would occur in the event of a default, oil will skyrocket. Hey, dude, I hope you're having a great morning. It's okay. It's kind of boring. Just wanted to see which Chinese pump and dump you want me to YOLO 75K into. Any financial advice would be appreciated. Ew. The longer we stay around the bottom of the gap, the longer you think we do or do not fill it. I think the higher the chance we fill it. I don't know. Positioning's not really changing at all. Everything's pretty much the same. I guess some more 4200s are being bought. Futures. I mean, I don't know what to do with this. This is what's going to determine if we break up or not. Right? Like gamma on the call, like the long and short side across the strikes is pretty even. Right? And we're like right here. So either futures pumps and pushes us up into the call gamma, which is really only at 4200, Or, you know, futures breaks down and we fall into the put gamma, which extends down to like 4150. Unless there's some news that, you know, pushes us out of this range, we're pretty stuck. Mid cap rotation, maybe just covering on Russell. Russell is doing pretty well today, so some. But that's not a positive sign if people are looking to invest in like mid cap cash cows, right? Dow's up today too, so it's more of a value shift, like cash flow value shift, pull back from growth, so some fear in the market. It's not huge, but it's there. Do you know which quarter is best and weakest for Nvidia? They're not super cyclical, but usually their quarter twos, their worst. I think over like the last 2 years, their quarter two has been the worst. Some of that was the effect of the pandemic, though. Silver moving up, bearish. I mean, silver's down 72 basis points today. What do you think treasury rates are going to be doing in the short to midterm? I mean, if we get a debt ceiling approval, they're going to skyrocket because they're going to issue securities to refill the Treasury General account, which is going to dry up liquidity. Same goes if the Fed raises rates more. But you know, there's no situation where the debt ceiling is resolved where, you know, treasury rates go down. What do you make of the fake explosion outside of the Pentagon? It seems sus. Is it? I mean, is it sus, or is it just like someone made images with fucking AI and pushed them out onto the internet? Is Upstart the new GME? No comment. I mean, no, they're very different. Upstart's a totally different company. It has many similar aspects to the liquidity and short positions that GME had in like 2021. But I mean, they're not even in the same sectors. I wouldn't really compare them aside from that. I'd literally do that with every stream card. So treasury squeeze if there's a default or a technical default. Otherwise, the opposite. What did I miss? Literally fucking nothing. Apparently, PC shipments declined by 30% in the first quarter of this year. NVIDIA raised their guidance. Man, if they miss, this could be the start of something. I think far more important than PC shipments because, you know, their gaming sales have been declining for months. Is the fact that TSMC's manufacturing is down. What was it, 22% in the last quarter? So NVIDIA is not. I mean, not only are they not selling cards, they're not really making any either, right? Which could be good if they're able to offload some of their inventory, but the demand is way the fuck down. Also, don't forget that like that's a major investment for like, and even Amazon already said it's too cost prohibitive right now. And like AWS has no intention of pursuing it immediately, right? And so all of like the big buyers, Microsoft's getting their own chips, they're not working with Nvidia. Like all of the big buyers for the tech are either working on their own chips or not deploying anything in the near future. So that means Nvidia is not selling any of the shit that it's been promising to sell. Default Schmeeful. When will we get the dollar menu back at Mickey D's? We need a depression for that. I don't understand how the Louvre can even ask for more in the negotiations. They should take cuts. Are there less people viewing stream cards? Wait, what? Pack W up 20%. Banks all better. Yeah, sure. Banking is strong and resilient, right? $27 weekly puts on Upstart. Picked up for $1 this morning. Printing super hard. Nice, dude. This price action blows. Boo. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Ivy Crush is still too expensive. Hey Greek, I just bought July GME 19p when GME was at 24. Should I take my 10% gain or just chill for a few weeks? I don't know. Good luck with puts, out of the money puts on GME. They don't tend to perform well. I don't know if your NVIDIA GPU demand story is real. I have friends that work at NVIDIA, and they say there's record demand for their next-gen cards, and that there is a CSP upgrade cycle happening. Okay, then why are their inventories up to like $5 billion? Like their inventories have bloated by like 30% as of their last earnings. TSMC is their only manufacturer, and they're manufacturing less chips over the last quarter. So explain the discrepancy. Because the data refutes your statement. You want a Louvre strike because that's how you get an employee promises Louvre strike. I'm not starting anything. I'm not saying shit. I just wanted to do my part of adding value and letting everyone know the new caramel cold brew flavored M&Ms are phenomenal. Treat yourself. Please stop using words I don't understand, like resilient and the. Thoughts on July Upstart puts at 25 to dodge IV crush? That might not be bad. If I mean, I wouldn't get them unless you need to like protect shareholding. But if you do, it could be okay. They tend to be better in the money though. Do you think Jamie Dimon uses a bidet, or is that more of a J-Pow thing? Probably more of a J-Pow thing. Jamie Dimon looks like a kind of guy who wipes, you know? That's why his face is always so like all the time. No, you see, PacWest sold a bunch of CMBS at a huge loss and are offering interest rates to depositors at a huge loss so they can stay afloat. That's bullish. I mean, not going out of business is the new bullish, JFresh. I know I troll you a lot, but I just want to say thank you for all the knowledge. You taught me how to buy theta and manage risk. I love you. Thanks, Mr. Gold. I think there's a shift from consumer GPUs to industry-based GPUs, causing a backlog of inventory. Okay, I can see that. Sold out of Upstart when it ran last week. I really don't want to buy in at these prices now, but besides waiting for the dip, is there a sensible way to get more exposure to potential upside from here? I don't know if you need to worry about potential upside from here. 4060 Ti released this week. Overpriced junk. Getting a do not buy rating for most reviewers. I'm confused. Treasury rates would go up, but not squeeze, but not down, right? I mean, treasury rates going up can put strain on like floating rate interest risk for anybody who's like counterparty to interest rate swaps. But if treasury rates go up, treasury prices go down. So that would not squeeze shorts on treasuries. If rates stay stable and there's like a market crash and a flight to safety occurs, then treasury prices would go up, which would squeeze treasury shorts. So more liquidity, higher yields. Did you say that the banking system is strong and Brazilian? Only if you're buying puts on GME. J-Pal plays flamenco guitar on the bidet. He really is a king. What happened to the bulls? Oh, there was a red candle. That's usually what happens to bulls. I've been really busy this AM. Can you sum up the entire show so far today? Thanks. Market's flat, waiting for it to break. Are you in a bad mood? No? I don't think so. I'm pretty good mood today, actually. A flight to safety is an option? That sounds way better than a soft landing. We should just fly to safety. I don't know if that's like an option for everyone. I don't know what you're talking about, Jellison. 4160 today? Maybe. Probably a little bounce here first. Because the market's being a bitch. 4170 puts, 4165 are picking up. No one wants the market to fall back to fucking below gamma neutral, right? And we're pretty close. Should we just come clean and show them the DDS thesis we've been developing for a year now? No. No. That's a terrible idea. Also, what? Negative 50%, and then you can go up? Okay, SPX. That'd be cool. Like right now, I need to buy more puts. You know, it's finally happened. My straddle I bought last night now has a dead call leg, and I hope it stays that way. DDS thesis: brush and floss daily. Calls on healthy gums. Who's a shill? There's barely any support to the upside as far as I can see. There's not a lot, but there's still a big fat stack of 4,200 calls that I would prefer that we stay the fuck away from. Please show us the thesis. There really is no DDS thesis. I wish I would have bought DDS last year when Gert called it dropping below 200 a week before it did. DDS still has some downside potential on it right now. Also, they just closed their options chain last week. So no more options on it anymore. Theses nuts. What's crack-a-lackin', y'all? Just waiting for the market to die. Gork, when DDS hits 300 today, I'm going to purchase Pontiff, fly to New York City, call in a few favors to get all the lights shut down on the Upper West Side tonight, and lay you down on the roof of your 94 Supra and show you the stars. That sounds so romantic. I can't wait. What should I wear? Is no more options on DDS bearish? I really don't know what it's going to mean for it, honestly. I don't think it's gonna mean reduced volatility. The stock's still illiquid as fuck, right? But and no one was really buying the options that existed anyway. But it could mean that more liquidity comes in, which could mean that more downside's possible because there's no hedge being held anymore. Once this market tanks, are we all gonna have a backyard barbecue like a true Vin Diesel family? No. No. Gross. How many more hours? VIX is flat. That's good, right? The market quit trading again. Oh, things are trading. J. Palpotamus. Once this market tanks, will you go shirtless again? It depends on if I have any puts left. Yeah, not a fan. All we'd be allowed to drink are Coronas. Ew. When are the calls gonna accept that they're not making money anymore and sell off? This is stupid. One last bounce, or is there not even enough momentum for it to bounce? No, there is. Your line is holding up the market crash. No, it's not. It's just resistance. It's not even in the right spot. In the Fast and the Furious one, when the main character goes to the trap house for the first time, Vin Diesel offers him a Corona or a Corona. Is DN target for Lily? If so, what is that? I mean, it'd be nice if it hit DN. DN's like 340 something. Oh, DN's 392 right now. That'd be cool. I prefer if it went below that. Damn, DN fell off hard. GN's dropping. Also, on any significant breakdown, it's very likely that DN and GN would continue to fall. Last 30 days are up still. Interesting. The fuck? The video's starting to sell off. Cool. One second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to manage some stuff real quick. All right. Greg, when's the next ETF rebalance? June. Can it be used as an arbitrage play for any rising caps? Potentially. I mean, only some ETFs rebalance during that period, like the S&P 500 ETFs. Was there just a giant strangle on the market? So not so much anymore. Now there's more like a giant bear call spread on the market. US to sell 35 billion 4-week bills in 2 days. Okay. Hey Greg, I miss OPEX. Can you ask it what we did and if there's any way to make it right again? It was the best thing that ever happened in my life. Can you at least tell me that I may be okay? Other things still OPEX. People stop buying calls on GME. It's pretty simple. More importantly, people stop buying leaps on GME. So the new name of the game is hold the market up until zero DTs are cheap enough to push into bot calls. Maybe. I mean, if we slip below 4080, it's still gonna get dragged down. There's a lot of puts. My good luck poop didn't crash the market. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe tomorrow. $40.80, $41.80. ES is still at like 41.93 right now. I was about to order a Lambo. Did I just watch you buy a 3500p? No? What? Who? When? What are you talking about? That's crazy. I don't know why you're spreading this FUD, Dork. And you have a bunch of 3500s and you're sweating. Is there a T plus 5 threat for Upstart with this push still? Probably worth waiting to sell spreads. Yeah, it very well could be worth waiting. The price isn't falling right now, at least. What's up, Bipolar Bear? Will the market just go to 3,000 already? That'd be cool. I have things I need to buy. God damn it, Atomic. $2.5 billion gamma to the downside? They're just gonna let that die? No, I don't think so. You just gotta be patient. Things haven't gotten bearish yet, right? Well, I mean, the momentum's building. Slowly. Like, Dow's starting to drop. Russell's pulling back now. They're really not that decoupled, Dan Weeklies. If the cat doesn't have a name, what do you call it when you're talking to him? Dick, asshole, little shithead, sometimes. Fucker, when he broke my plate the other day. Yesterday. I've never called him a shit brick. Bread simp. As funds run short, U.S. Treasury asks agencies if payments can be made later. Nice. That'll work out. Ew. Gross, dork. Of all the names people suggested in here, I think arbitrage was the best. Seattle Amazon employees plan to walk off the job amid return to office frustrations. Instead of raising the debt ceiling, we should just auction off the West Coast. Because people don't want to go to offices? I don't think people want to go to offices anywhere. I don't think that's a West Coast specific condition. I feel like the momentum builds. We have one 200 BPS down day, then grind back up. We'll see. Yes, I know your vote for Gray Fresh has been logged and noted. My cat is so awesome. She threw up in the bathroom last night instead of on the carpet or the bed. That's pretty cool. Pain in the ass is a dumb name. All my homies prefer pain in my ass. Okay. West Coast because most tech companies are there. Tech down, market down. Okay, I like that. Who are we gonna sell it to though? You think there's a buyer? If they walk off the job, how will I get my day in the life of updates on TikTok? I love my office. My wife doesn't like when I watch you all day. At the office, she has no idea. Oh, Jesus Christ. China? They don't have any money. Holy fuck, what a slog. You know what's cool? Lily's dropping like a brick. Oh, Tesla started to drop too. Fantastic. I did time the top. Get fucked, Tesla. Russell needs to fucking chill the fuck out. Apple down today, but not enough. Google flat. Amazon's ripping. AMD's up. Gross. Nvidia's down. Oh, what's this? Nvidia's mystery upside. Well, its quarter one showstopper turned into a quarter two blockbuster. Wedbush analyst Matt Bryson maintains Nvidia Corp with a neutral and raises price target from 216 to 290. Analysts expect Nvidia to exceed current street and Wedbush targets and to offer a robust forward outlook. Oh man, they're setting up bag holders. Exit liquidity. Yeah. Great. Now my Lily 360 and 380 puts are only 65 to 80% down. Well done. To hide his identity a little bit, engineer. Nobody will recognize him out in public without the VWAP hat on. Looking at options volume on Tasterworks, seeing quite a few thousand volume traded at SPX 3500p, 3800p for September. One was a block buy for 4K 3500p. Not seeing anything even close on the call side. Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of longer dated puts come in today. Fucking Christ, this is slow. Is there like news or something? Why is everything strangled? Amazon entry now? For what? I mean, if a default actually happens, the 3500s could be worth like 30K each. They could be worth a lot more than that. Look at options volume on TC Works. Okay, I saw that. Two-year note at 1. I mean, it's already at 4.38, right? Like, it's already high. Another 30 minutes? Signals are like kind of mixed. And I think our downside's still dependent on futures breaking down, and they're just not, right? Like, if anything, we have like a continued consolidation. Yeah, a lot of puts to the downside. Gamma's just kind of flat here. Like 4185, 4190, it's just flat. There's bullish interest at 4200, but that's about the only bullish interest on the chain. And then there's a lot of puts below us. So we're basically just stabilizing to the upside of all the put interest. Like a little bit. Hmm. VIX isn't making any big moves, but it's also not dropping really hard. Hmm. Fuck, this is lame. Are the debt negotiations going on right now, or did they already announce? Like, did they already meet for the day? I thought someone said earlier that they'd already met. I had some 180s and 170s. I sold some bear call spreads and bought 180s, and then I bought some 170s also. 180s are for June 16. About 170s for June 30th. Yeah, I've used Bookmap. I don't like it. Oh, they started at 11? Okay, so that's what everything's waiting on. Are GME protective puts here a good idea? If you're selling covered calls, they could be. Otherwise, eh. House Minority Leader Jeffrey says not a lot of progress has been made. Hmm. Should put a stop on my puts. Hmm. Interesting. 190s? Futures is breaking up. Hmm. VIX's still pushing down a little. 41.95. This is boring. Are we feeling the effects of the writer's strike? They've already begun to risk off, so regardless of the outcome of the debt discussions it's not like they're going to undo that, right? No, probably not. $32, 3. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know which. I think something's gonna happen here, but I'm not sure which way it's gonna break. The House of Pitt said, let's just default, guys. Secret indicators I can't read are the most interesting part of the day. Is SPX showing a rare four-headed dragon? That's not a thing. Okay, calls got stopped there, so puts got priced up. Mm. Fucking Christ. This is so dull. Futures rejected. It's a lower high. Palantir has been pumping. I know. I own a lot of it. I'm well aware of what it's been doing. Is this a swamp snake formation on the 5-minute chart? I really hate days like this. When's the fucking meeting end? Does anybody know what time they're meeting till, or is it just infinite? Let's see. Republicans say little progress. Taxes on the wealthy are a sticking point. God forbid. All right. Well, there's not a lot going on. We're just gonna have to wait it out, I guess. Looks like GME is gonna go big up again. No, it fucking doesn't. Street Fighter stream? There is none. It was just a beta. Mega jet lagged. I don't think you're gonna miss much if you do. Violently sideways. Yeah, it looks like it. Palantir may have caught the AI wave. I mean, yeah, they definitely have. These boring days, just remember what Michael Burry once said. Shut up and buy puts. I don't I don't think he ever said that. You ever go to Rockaway Beach? No. Probably. US default could happen before Diablo 4 comes out. On a lighter note, I'm making a turkey Swiss sandwich. I might go make some lunch. I'm super fucking bored right now. I want to see the market trade left. Didn't you stream D4 beta? How was it? It was alright. It looks pretty cool. I'm sure it'll be fun to play. How are flex options accounted for in market data, if at all? They're really not. And the hedging of them, I guess. You could zero DTE straddle here, yeah. Everyone else is. Oh, I got stopped out of both sides. Fun. Hmm. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. right. Zero DTE strangled, $30 each way. I don't think we have $30 of upside. Yeah, there still could be more upside on Tesla. It hasn't necessarily peaked. I did buy some puts at what looked like a local peak. I sold some spreads. That was like back here. It is above Gamma Max, so it could break down. Give it to me straight, Kirk. Do you think July puts have enough theta to realize some meaningful downside, or should I start looking to roll? And you probably have, what, 40... You got about 14 days before you have to worry about it. I joke. I have 4155 and 4200. I figured. Why would Gamma Max act as a resistance? It doesn't really act as a resistance. Very, very rarely do things just reject off of Gamma Max. But the more you move up beyond Gamma Max, the more Gamma expands, right? So calls are going to get more expensive, which is not only going to reduce the amount of calls being bought, but it's going to encourage the selling of calls, both short and sell to close. And then the effects that occur after that point are more dependent on how much of the price action is driven purely by options, right? So, you know, there's stocks like Lilly, for example, where, you know, it could just sit at Gamma Max for weeks and weeks and weeks because most of the price action is driven by buying of the underlying and very little of it due to the options chain. Or Nvidia to some extent. You know, like Nvidia is about 50-50, right? Like a lot of its price action is driven by options, but not all of it. So it tends to fail Gamma Max, but slowly, And then you have things like GME where, you know, all of the price action is driven by options and options hedging. And, you know, they fail very quickly at Gamma Max. Would it be smart to close most put positions into debt ceiling talks just because it's highly likely they actually come to an agreement? No, the results of the debt ceiling negotiation are not bullish. even if they come to an agreement, the outcome isn't bullish. Yeah, sector shift today. Quite a bit of it, actually. Dow and Russell are both massively outperforming SPX and NQ today. Hmm. What's this one called? This one. Dork. That's like a GTX Go 80. I've never had it leak. Not like significantly. No more than like excess moisture around like the air thing. Like the intake. But that's it. Other than that, it never leaks. Are the coils expensive? It's like $8 for like a 5-pack. They last about 2 weeks each. Yeah, and I think they're stainless steel too, so no off gassing of like overheated nickel. What are your thoughts on trading SPX 0DT for quick scalps? They're either Canthal or they're either Canthal or stainless steel. Do you vape on the subways so you can look super cool? I try to stay the fuck off the subway if I can. That's gross. What are your thoughts on trading SPX 0DT for quick scalps, momentum trades in the AM versus PM? Curious on the advantages, disadvantages of the notional changes with lower premium cost. Are you talking about like the AM expiration? Or just trading them in the pre-market? Trading SPX in the pre-market sucks. Just trade futures. Why can't you trade futures, popcorn trader? I don't even own this contract anymore. Is it just me or does the upside look like it's getting burnt out really quick with no actual upside price action, Dork? You can trade futures on IBKR. I usually use Ninja Trader, but you can use IBKR. I think, does TDA have them or no? Does anybody know? They do? Oh, okay. TDA has them. They have a Ninja Trader has like a lot of like custom tools. There's cheaper platforms. It sounds like you expect SPX to more likely fail here than break up. I mean, it just did. Nvidia's bouncing a little bit. Fuck, Nvidia dropped hard today. My spreads. Hold on. All right. This is super fun. Is retirement the new half square? Yeah, I think so. No, I don't, Darb. This price action is slowly becoming infuriating. It's pretty fucking awful. Damn. I wonder how much of Lily's slide is because of Pfizer's diabetes drug also doing weight loss things. What's up, Wessels? I just wanted to say thanks for everything. I've been here longer than I've been a dillionaire. I know you have. Learned a lot. Also, thanks to the super secret DDSDD, made a ton. Fucking Christ. No one made a ton of money on DDS. There's no secret DD. I actually have spreads out on Visa. I don't know how much more it's gonna fall. More? It took a really long time to break down. It's at resistance right now at 223. There's a lower resistance at 216. I would say if it breaks through 220, 223, it's probably likely to head back towards like 216, 215. Netflix is looking good. Yeah, it's been, if by good you mean dropping. It's been doing that. I found a bear flag with SPX on it on my screen. Does anybody want it? PV stopped raising capital in May, so since then buyers step back in too. Yeah, it's been performing pretty well the last few days. VIX and Dixie look like they're getting strength, and SPX is looking bear flaggish. Yeah, but I mean, it's probably just going to continue to look bear flaggish until some news about the debt negotiations comes out, right? Futures breaking down here a little. Ooh. Oh my god. The dream. It's gonna fucking bounce again. I'm gonna be so pissed. I just put a fucking line there. Just already have one. Buttigieg saying stuff about Tesla. What? Last few days, I've been noticing these sharp little sell-offs, followed by slower grind-up recoveries. Is there anything to that? Yeah, long positions are repositioning. Basically, self-driving is a concern. Okay. You mean not happening in the next 5 years? I mean, you don't have to close if it doesn't immediately go green. They benefit from theta, so you want to try to hold them open as long as possible. But if they're at risk, you can roll them. You could also just buy a call with the credit in order to offset any potential losses. They're pretty easy to hedge. Unless you get stuck under like a big overnight move or something like that. Hi, I love you. What's up, Fickle Pickle Tickler? I've been reading Fun Analysis. Graham has such a dry sense of humor and seemed to be a little insane. Buffett said that Ben didn't care about money. What do you think of him? Insane or genius? Both? Thanks. Those two things usually go hand in hand, right? A little bit. Buffett's one to talk. He's pretty fucking crazy himself. Netflix, do you have a downside price target? Yeah, it's in the DD that I wrote. Wait, you're telling me there's potential losses on options? This changes everything. Have you just not lost money on them yet? Meta play disappeared. What meta play? In Pickles Picks? There is no meta play in Pickles Picks. I swear to God there was. There definitely wasn't. I do all my shorting of Zuckerberg on my own. How are both of these up? Is IV just increasing? What the fuck is happening right now? Oh, IV is increasing. Well, that explains it. Ooh. My food's ready. This stupid goddamn piece of shit about ready to do something? I think it's gonna go down, Dork. Are you just saying that to make me feel better? No, it just kind of looks like, well, I don't, here's the problem. It looks like it's going to go down, but it also might just go down to like 41.85 and then futures bounce again. This free chat proves to be on a shadow of a doubt how amazing the secret DDS thesis has been and continues to be. Thank you for sharing it. There is no secret DDS DD. DDS is at a low and at resistance, and that's it. That doesn't mean it's going to bounce. My options for DDS disappeared. The word you're looking for is expired. There's no secret MOASS DD. God, I hate this fucking market. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my food. All right. No DDSDD wink. There's no secret DD or tier for secret DD. Well, that's not true, but yeah, mostly that's true. Am I gonna regret green tea here? Should I have oolong? Oolong, green, oolong, green tea. No, I'll go with the green. Nice. When futures dump. I'd like if they dump right now. That'd be perfect. I want to go oolong on anything right now. Haha. I don't have any red candle tea. I did take a bunch of pizza dough and shove it into a hot pan. And I've made like a very shitty approximation of a Detroit pizza. Shell? I know. Hmm.
What's happening with paper towels?
People are moving shit in my apartment again. Fried bread, basically. Yeah. It's fried in olive oil, though, so it's healthier. In other news, I found out my parents are probably going to get divorced last night. Wait, what? That's crazy. Is this like, are you doing all right, man? You want to hang out? Yeah. Okay. I'd love to, but I don't have 250 grand. I can make exceptions. I was napping, but I got an alert on my phone from the No Secret DDS channel. Just tell them the truth. DDS options chain was removed so they can sell the ticker to SPX. Rename it Dumb Dumb Stupid. No, the DDS options chain was removed so the shorts could cover. I'm doing fine. It sucks, but that's their steez. I'm taking my mind off it by watching SPX pits die. Healthy. It's always good to gamble after you've experienced a traumatic emotional event. I take it was a surprise. I can't say I understand the feeling, but I understand it sucks. At least you're not a kid. It's not gambling, it's investing. Hmm. Extremely short-term investing. I found out my parents were getting a divorce when their lawyer called me at work. Why the fuck would their lawyer call you? I misread the super secret DD and bought 10k of DDS. Reminds me of when I bought Bobby, Best Buy instead of Bobby. I mean, winning? Man, these bulls are trying hard. They're really not. They're not trying hard at all. After 3xing my port on your DDS DD, my life has literally been changed. My wife loves me. My kids adore me. My colleagues envy me. I honestly can't thank you enough. Jesus Christ. I sold the Best Buy in Feb. Not so good since then. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It did have like that one earnings that was bad and then it ran really hard. Oh, I think that was the last time I looked at Best Buy. I was looking at some of their financials because I got in an argument with a super stonker on Twitter, but I didn't look at this like the chart. This is lame. Yeah, yeah, it is. Why is Daddy J-Pow meeting with Democrats on Capitol Hill? Well, probably because he holds a bipartisan position. We got a new hire this week. He said he's into stock. I talked to him a bit. He's an actual AMC ape. Did you fire him immediately? I didn't think they existed outside of the internet. No, they do. Chair Powell, have you tried printing more money? J-Pow should print $1 trillion coin and give it to Yellen, but in return for a lap dance. That way it's transactionary. And us, the people who are footing the bill, get to see the video. What the fuck did you just say? Sorry, lap dance exclusive to Fubo, please. No, it has to be on C-SPAN. Don't sit there and act like you wouldn't take a lap dance from Yellen for the low price of $1 trillion fake dollars. J-Pow would just explain that it's not his job to comment on the lap dance he's getting. I have nice theta on all my NVIDIA and SPX puts. I'm bored and I want some 0DT SPX downside action today. Do you mind letting us know when you decide to stick it in on some? I have some already. No, it's not. That's not what. Well, I mean, if J-Pow does that, he's kind of letting Yellen win, right? And so, in order to retain power, the $1 trillion coin has to be transactionary. It's actually very important that it is. Although Gmia has nearly 2 million tweets, and yet all it has done is tank. Well, someone's got to hold the bags. Yeah, I'm sure NVIDIA earnings will. Well, actually, I don't think it's not pricing in that big of a move. But if they miss, it'll be big. I'm guessing too late, risky to jump on top of your already green 0 DTEs. I mean, yes. A good or service must be exchanged for a dollar value in order for a contract to be binding. Would that imply that a Yellen lap dance is worth $1 trillion? If it's on C-SPAN and you get the right advertisers, absolutely. Because the banking system is stable and resilient. Cobra, don't ask stupid questions. That's not true. It's impossible to go too far. Vic's knocking on 18. Yep. It's tasting the nectar of volatility. Yellen is not priced in inflation. She still charges the usual speaking fee for a lap dance. Oh boy. Oh, look at that. Does it break, Dork? Or will my prediction that you don't want to be true hold true? Any news? Citibank curbs Euro enthusiasm on China growth lag. Hmm. Stop hunt? I think a little capitulation. Put interest skyrocketing. 40, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, all up. I should probably start setting stops, right? Ooh, we're about to break fast gamma. Mm. 4165 is kind of loaded here now. There's still more momentum. Jesus, we bounced like right off of it. Wonder how hard they can fight for fast gamma. I don't think there's any fight. Is kind of the problem. It's just all puts, right? Whoa, why is VIX working? It's an excellent question. I got the job? Fucking A, Carl, that's awesome. Do we need to celebrate? Go, Carl, it's your birthday. Are you gonna accept it? Or are you gonna tell them to shove it up their ass? You should tell them, fuck you. I'm a moderator for Pickle Financial. Click the like, weirdos. Seriously. I'm gonna have to invest passively now, but I have to decline it. Nope, Carl, you need to learn to sell spreads. Carl started the bear market. Does Carl have his team out? No, I think ES is continuing. I mean, ES failed resistance, right? This doesn't look particularly bullish. Oh, sweet, sweet negative gamma. Hold on. Little bounce on 41.75, but not a lot of buy volume coming in on it yet. Still looks pretty bearish there. That looks, yeah, I think this is gonna continue. So I'm gonna keep my stops a little wider. I'll hold on to the profitability, but oh damn. Did that really get stopped out? Holy fuck. I'll at least stay in these. Hmm. I don't think I'm gonna increase my cost basis there. 41.50s? Ugh. For more money though? There's still some call support at 41.50. So like some in the money calls coming in. But puts also coming in. Let me see what let me see what some of the longer term charts look like, because we have longer dated put buying going on right now too. I mean, I think the hedge finally just like rolled over. Yeah, 41.50 is real negative on the longer term time frames. So a lot of 41.50, 41.25, and 4100 buying coming in. On the 0 DTEs, the 41.50s are picking up quite a lot. And the 616 expiry as well. That still looks pretty bearish. That looks pretty bearish. We might stagnate here a little bit. Okay, those got stopped out. Those are too far out of the money. Capitulation. Risky. Could. Fix dropped. I'm trying to see how many puts are giving up ground. Time to call this NOPEX and sell some GME I've been selling them all along. That's not true. I sold some today, though. OPEX, unfortunately, isn't over. But 250% on those 41.50s. I'm out. Nice, man. So if this fails here, create order, add one more. Okay. Yeah, puts really aren't capitulating on this, which is kind of fucking cool. Are you up 250 on 4150 is when I'm only up 220 on SPY 4130. Those aren't equivalent, those aren't even equivalent contracts. What? No, the 4150, if you bought it earlier, if you bought it like up here when Danimal did, they were cheap as fuck. I'm surprised he wasn't up more. He probably was up more at one point. There's a book you need to read. Maybe he'll stop asking me fucking stupid questions if he does. Be right back. Managing my remaining put, aka staring at the chart and refusing to set a stop on it. Yeah, the 4150s were really cheap at a few points today. Risky, but cheap. Hmm. Around 70. 4165 or 4170. So this has got to be profit taking, right? Is it? No. Retest of the resistance, though. What did I say fast game was? It's right there. I'm seeing June 2nd, June 16, 4150, 4125, bear put debit spreads, bid ask being the same. Maybe better to buy June 2nd instead of my thesis is this week. If my thesis is this week, right? I mean, June 2nd's almost. I would ideally rather have more time, but you could. So you're doing like a, well, how are you going to handle the margin? You're going to have to close that June 16. to close the June 2nd, right? You can't just let it float. I assume you can't let it float. You might have millions of dollars of margin. This week I've been exercising the majority of my GME shares, and I'm green on GME July puts. Am I now a confirmed shill? No, but you'll be able to own more at the bottom. Don't worry, it's not like GME's not going to be for sale anymore, which people seem to actually like be worried about. Like people think GME is just going to stay above $25 or $23 forever. Both are debit threads, so margin is same as risk on entry. Yeah, but you can't like. So I mean, in a scenario like that, I would take profits on like the June 2nd and leave the June 16 open until expiry, right? But you're not going to be able to. You're probably not going to be able to do that because your margin's going to explode when you close the put, right? Futures failed the test, but that doesn't mean it's not going to retest again. The longer this gets support here, the more likely it is to stabilize. 4180 is a really important level too. Oh, you're not looking at a calendar spread. Okay. Now you're giving me ideas. I mean, there's a solution to that, right? You can sell a longer dated put and buy, like, you can double the leverage on the long short leg. There's a solution to everything in options. And then you can close the spread, leave the other long put open when you hit profitability. So you could this. You could go God damn it. Okay. So you can go so you could sell like a 40-50, right? And then for June 16th, and then you can go like June 2nd. Like that, right? And then upon the 4130 going in the money, right? You close the spread, right? And then you just have a free 4130 put for 6-2. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Yaga. There's nothing better than getting the market maker to pay for your positions. Seemed like that free Amazon put you got me. Well, if Amazon ever goes down, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Do you think the market is growing a 26th chromosome? It's being a little bitch, is what it's doing. Once bears are done, is positioning viable for a V-shaped recovery today? Not like a V-shaped recovery. Well, maybe if we hit like 40-50, but it's not like it's gonna fill the gap from this morning or something. At least there's no positioning on that front right now. It looks like we keep falling. These goddamn slutty bears. I know. Are you familiar with the works of Frederick Soddy, chemist turned economist? I'm aware of who he is. I have not read any of his full works, but I've read pieces of his works. Skepticism grows over Yellen's June 1st debt ceiling deadline. Monomist? I mean, the 2-year moved up a little bit. It's not really crazy. It's at 4.36 now, by the way. Tiny bounce. 41.72. Don't capitulate on your putzes. God damn. put buyers are being little bitches. Well, the 41.65 and 71s aren't, but the 60.55 and 51s are. All the longer time frames still look really bearish, so I think this can hold as long as we don't break above 41.80. Yeah. Goddamn, VIX back under 18. Put selling. That still looks bearish. Okay, so in the money puts are being bought though. That's probably a good sign. Biggest pile of call interest is at 41.75. So if that tests and capitulates, that's probably a good sign. I think we have a trend established now too. That broke down. Key resistance here is now going to be 41.80. Right there. Zero DTE 160? It might not be bad. Yeah, I mean if puts come in strong here again, they're in a good position. I still think we have about 10 more. Well, 12 more minutes before we can see more of a breakdown. Dow's still breaking down, and Russell as well. So those are starting to get more in line with SPX now, and VIX futures moving up. So maybe this is tricky. This is, you can be careful here. This could go either way. Test. New candle. Dun, 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 dun. If I had to say right now, I would say we push the upper range of this. So I actually don't know how high. Maybe like there. And then the next candle trades around here. Then the breakdown. Although this could theoretically break up to right there before failing. So I guess that's the range. It doesn't look like it's going to. It looks like 4185 is strong. Which is right here. Is this the MM buying? I mean, the MM still buys into falling prices as long as we're in a positive gamma environment. Also, it's the MM deleveraging from puts that were sold at the bottom. Keep this in the drawing up so you can see how it fills. Do I have it? Oh, nope, I can't go that far back. It's actually that's tighter. Volume's falling off. So this should be the one that fails to the midpoint. So if buying pressure dies here at the 41.85 resistance, the next candle should open lower. Right. And then you get the downside test on the third candle. Presumably you only look at volume on ES1 rather than SPX. You can look at volume on SPX, but you have to use the SPX CFD index, and it's not very reliable. How on earth do you know this? I've traded every setup you can imagine, right? It's not really like that complex. When you say careful, do you mean full port 0 DTE puts? No. Very accurate with the time predictions. How do you do that? Secrets. See, so this candle, well, it opened lower. I think it'll still push down below the 41.85 range. If this finds support at 41.85, that actually starts to get a little bit more bullish. But I think the buyers are tapped out. We're already trading 2 ticks below the 41.85 resistance. Surface tension. Spill bean, pickle boy? I don't have any beans. He's a wizard, Harry. Yeah, it's just the opposite. Pi square. But we don't get a downside test for another 6 minutes. Well, 7 minutes. How do you know the minutes? I set a limit sell when I bought a put at the peak today, and it was the highest price contract. Highest price the contract got to. I didn't watch that drop at all, and my deck is almost done. Nice, man. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind here right now. It's okay. I mean, I'm looking at like 6 different data sets. Is this move enough for you to exit your 531 41.50s, or are you just gonna set a stop? I'm probably not gonna exit them. I think I already have a trail stop on them at like 20%. I might tighten it up. We already know that BlackRock and Vanguard are trading using the stream, so it's easy. You can just say anything and the big ones will do the rest. That's silly. That's not how this works. People need to realize that even though you're super chill and down to earth, you're also smart and experienced as fuck. I've done this a long time.
but people probably shouldn't rely on that too much. I still have, like 50 out of the money 0 DTE puts right now, so there is some bias. I'm home for the week. I had a mental breakdown at a client's yesterday. I never witnessed anxiety until yesterday. Huh. That sucks. Are you okay? Relax. Take the day off. I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. I hope it's a one-off. Was that too foreboding? Don't compliment him too much. He's already insufferable. Yep. We almost got the test on this candle. Still 3 more minutes. So now this one can test the downside. The downside trend resistance. A person who spends 18 hours a day every day focused on their job for the last 5+ years is successful at that job. Mind-blowing. There's actually shockingly more buyers here than I thought there would be. I bet you can't even juggle 3 pickles. No. I can't juggle at all, actually. 6 different data sets means Citadel X BlackRock employees Discord chat. Shh. Quiet. 1 more minute. I actually don't like this setup if we don't break the 1.25 deviation here. Sign up for overtime today. I am the indicator for market volatility. As long as you didn't get a second job. I can atheist juggle 3 pickles. I like the first one better. Don't edit it. Negotiation on the debt limit has ended. Debt meeting ended based on strangers on Twitter. All right, this is it. Hey, I was right. We tested it. 127. Look at me. STD, are you okay? Ah, 12 minutes exactly. Look at that. Right on schedule. Thanks, Bears. I can't like this stream any harder. I would say this is unfair, but you literally share it all for free. I know, I'm an idiot. See? Not as smart as people think I am. Thanks, Posty. Well, not free. Pigeon whales and billionaires are paying. Do you know how much I'm not gonna. Okay, close to free. I mean, it is free. You don't have to pay me. I feel like I just watched a magic trick. Danarchy, welcome to Pigeon Well, man. Riku. Guys, where are my Pigeon Wells at? Get this fucking man onboarded. Get him a perch. I mean, I can't do it every time, but sometimes I can. Down to 4150? Well, at least down to 4158. Oh, dork. This is the best. Fucking clowns. Off by 3 cents. I'll try to get better. Yeah, if more puts come in here, we can drop more, but right now this is resistance. This is true gamma neutral, right? There's no magic here. This is just where like actual gamma neutral is. So we need more put delta to come online to drive lower. There'll be some resistance here, most likely. What are you doing? Pouring myself some green tea. Forexing 100 0 DTE puts. Yeah, normal day. D-Jones' work is never done, Jason. Tripled my port in 10 minutes. Not bad. Nice. Too intense. Please switch to spy. Have you tried Genmaika? It's green tea, but better. I've tried matcha, which is green tea, but better. But also green tea. Still mind blown. Like, the level of expertise we just witnessed was better than almost every trader alive. I'll fight on it. There's definitely better traders than me. Although I did sell the top. Who? I don't know. They exist. George Soros? Also, worst traders, you must be like top 1% of solo traders. I don't know. I do okay for myself. Ryan Cohen. I mean, I had a lower cost basis on Bobby than him, so percentage wise, I made more than he did. I definitely made more on GameStop than he did. Can you shout me out? What? Guys, it's Epic Adventure Tracks. This dude. Someone knock on my door? Hold on. I don't know who that is. Maybe he is. Feds at the door concerning insider trading? No. If we see put capitulation, this is likely where it occurs. No, if we were going to see put capitulation, it would have been earlier up here. We didn't. And, you know, we got the breakdown, not only in on SPX that we were expecting, but on futures as well. All right, that was cool and all. When's the next trick? It's too easy. Jimmy didn't move like the rest. Good sign for tomorrow. No, just fucking illiquid. And the sell-off was rapid, so not enough time to offload all the internalization, right? How are longer dated puts looking? Decent. VIX is climbing. I think sustainably too. We're not seeing the same level of put selling that we were over the last couple weeks. So these like increases in VIX with no real with no real drawback. That's a good sign. Oh, my fucking audio and video are unsynced again. Son of a bitch. Why does this keep happening? Ah, whatever. Netflix breaking down again. I know. I have puts. It's hitting the 355 level. Looks good. This is resistance, though. Be careful. I can hardly express how impressive that was. You truly are a stock god. Infinite kudos to you, Pickle Master. Thanks, Bruce. I rolled my 415 puts and doubled my theta from 3 days to 6 days. Groovy. Cool. When would credit ratings downgrade U.S. bonds if Yellen expects to default by early June? Credit ratings downgrade U.S. bonds if Yellen expects to default by early June. I mean, when a technical default occurs, there wouldn't be a credit downgrade until then. Well, it's very unlikely there'd be a credit downgrade until then, unless someone's, I don't know, paying off Moody's. But that wouldn't happen, right? Like nobody's bribing the rating agencies, right? Guys, no one's. Did I say the quiet part out loud? What's with the 20-cent swing on Fubo? Listen, stocks. Who gives a shit? Since below DN, would longer term entries put entries under it look good? What's below delta neutral? Is anything below delta neutral right now? What in the fuck? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Thank you so much, AM. I had to get in on the magic trick. You doubled my profits on the day. Thanks. Congratulations, dude. That's fucking awesome. All right, give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Gamma neutral, otherwise back to 4,200. I don't think we're moving back to 4,200 right now. We tested gamma neutral. There's some put capitulation. I don't think our like overall trend has reversed significantly. There's definitely still more downside possible here. This is, you know, this is largely a breakdown of the price action that occurred over the like Wednesday and Thursday of last week, right? So, you know, if you zoom out and look at this on the 4-hour, you know, we're pulling back the, you know, the brief gains that we saw during this period. I'll go to the daily. So, you know, Friday and yesterday largely repositioning. Now a lot of the repositioning of the downside's complete. So, you know, it looks like we're going to continue heading down. You know, this is a confirmed breakdown. Especially if we close today below gamma neutral. That's definitely a confirmed breakdown. Do you want to live vicariously through us? Put all of those 0 DTE profits into another contract right now. This is a cash account. So once I blow like 20 grand or whatever the balance is, that's it for the day. I should probably consider moving it to margin, but I have to close all the positions in it to do that. Can we agree that tomorrow's stream title should be The Great Gherkini? It's not magic. Sorta. Harry Gherkin? What was the countdown to? Wait, what? Not magic if you're a god. And just because I called the downside 12 minutes in advance, exactly on time, and, you know, the open and close of every candle leading to it, does not mean I'm some kind of stock god. Or that I have any magical abilities. Okay. This is way too quickly becoming the cult it's not supposed to be. Girk, you haven't given us a company going bankrupt in a long time. I know. Taking a little less risk in the volatile market. Does your ability have a cooldown period? For any idiot who bought the worst possible 0 DT strike of 41.45, would you think there will be a big bounce off of 41.50? I mean, I don't know if we're gonna hit 4150 today. Depending on when you bought it, you know, you you may not. I don't know when you bought it. If you bought it earlier, you should have already had a chance to take profits. If you bought it recently, you might be fucked. I missed something. I was working. You didn't miss anything. Nothing crazy or weird happened. There is no DDSDD. To be fair, you've explicitly stated again and again that this is not a cult. We don't even have a compound. How could this be a cult? You know, I told Bob before, if this was a cult, the Discord would be filled with everyone's wives. Instead of husbands asking how to hide their trading account from their wives. Or ex-girlfriends. Don't put that on me. Again, Rims and Tims, alright? I did not steal your girlfriend. Got out of everything today for 700 gain. Nice. I don't want to turn the house I own into a compound. It's not in New Jersey. Yeah, you're not wrong. The Discord is actually still littered with hot chicks, but Twat Waffle, what's up, man? If this was a cult, the only thing filling wives would be Kirk. It's cult from home. Hypothetically, if there was a DDSDD, what would that be about? We don't need to get into hypotheticals because there is no DDSDD. Hazy is not a chick. Don't... What? That's crazy. What are you gonna tell me next? Hazy's a homeless guy in Seattle who lives under a bridge? Colorado sucks. Are there bots here that promise me hot chicks? No. You think this is it for the day? I don't know. We could still close under gamma neutral. That'd be awesome. I really like the first paragraph of your DDSDD where you said DDS will MOASS when the market crashes this summer. I never said that. DDS will not MOASS if the market crashes. If Hazy wasn't a girl, how did he get the picture? People never lie on the internet. What's your Tesla PT by end of June? That's a good question. I don't know, like 165. Could go lower. Can you do that magic trick where my 410 spy puts go in the money today? No. Haven't been on stream today. My customers are not sympathetic to me wanting to be on here all day. Bastards. What do you think about the potential for Jimmy to pop tomorrow, like 2022? It's illiquid, so the potential's there, but no one's covering anything, which makes me think that no one wants to cover anything. Almost like the volatility shorts just walked away. Fucking DRS, right? I'm willing to play Mario Kart 8 tonight with me on Switch. No. Yeah, Hazy's a chick we met and had a wonderful night together. She just couldn't take off her pants because of a devastating skin condition that can't get light on there. So dry humping it was. I'm not even sure that you're the first person to dry hump Hazy in the Discord. The preface of the DDSDD begins with, "It was the best of times. It was the worst of times." When 4,000's in the money, I need to buy 1 2 few days of theta because that's how I've been rolling recently. Let's see. Oh, look, it's walking. What's keeping us from 4,100? They still trying to use futures because I know all those calls just got blown up. Did they close the 4,200s? For the most part, I think so, yeah. The 4,200's mostly sold at this point anyway. Can you be my Paifu? Also, do you think now that we're below fast grandma, we'll keep going down? We can keep going down, but we're not below like the longer term gamma neutral yet, right? The fast gamma's front weighted. So, you know, we really want to be below like 150 or 4158, which is right about where we bounced. You can't give a one-word answer. Why won't you? I don't like Mario Kart or charging my Switch. I know people say that NVIDIA PE ratio is really high, but it could be that people are discounting their dividend of 0.04 cents. Oh, Jesus. Fuck you, man. They're going to have to pull back that dividend anyway. Right? Otherwise they're not going to be able to fund their growth. Why did the World Economic Forum say you'll own nothing and be happy? That's true. Superstocks should be proud. They won the war against options and the war against the shorts. Oh, the squeeze? Hold on, BRB. Yeah, that's going to be... How long do you think? Seriously, like, let's do a poll. Damn, just immediately crank 2 years all the way up? You think it's gonna take that long? You left out never? Well, never's not really an option, right? Because, you know, most of them piled into GME after QAnon disappointed them. There'll always be another new conspiracy, right? The world is never short on conspiracies. I think we finished below 41.58. That'd be cool. We definitely could. Still any more puts piling in? No, bears are getting lazy. They already made a bunch of money. At least on the 0DT side. There's a lot of 40-50 puts that are longer dated. OG Apier, blah blah, GME up eventually. Technically, the conspiracy is somewhat true. They just don't understand the conspiracy. So their conclusion, DRS and no options, is flawed. Yeah. It's, you know, someone a long time ago probably could have told them about the power of leveraging options against the illiquidity and price volatility created by direct registering shares. That would have been a really cool thing of someone to notify everyone about. Awkward. But if someone did that, they would have been a shill. True. Rusty, why is your name Gray? That could have been your segment in the GME documentary, but you said no. I think they actually did message me on Twitter at one point, but I checked the message like 3 weeks later. And I wasn't a shill yet at the time. Hilarious that they acknowledge options influence price action. Yeah, they were so against it on the sub. If they had all bought leaps instead of DRS shares, Jimmy be volatile as fuck still. What's your end of June PT for SPX? When do we faceplant the soft landing? I have no idea where SPX is going to be at the end of June. There's a lot of things that can fucking change between now and then. We could end the day down more, but that's not looking very likely, right? It doesn't look unlikely. Where will SPX be tomorrow? Provided that we hold this range into the end of the day. I could see us trading between like 41.58 and 41.30. There's still a chance that we break back up above like fast gamma today though, right? As like puts take profits. So that could leave us in a very similar position tomorrow morning, like struggling to break down like through fast gamma, at least until the afternoon. Then we get like the Fed dot plot. We could get stagflation tomorrow, or at least slightly more confirmed stagflation. if GDP is retracted, SPX is massively overvalued. And it's already SPX is already valued over GDP estimates, right? But if GDP pulls back during this quarter, that's pretty bad. Haha, you fucking nailed them. Adopted by the Dans. Congratulations. Get fucked, Rusty. The orange line is fast gamma. Yeah, it's like 2 cents off, but basically. Do you think Upstart will run again for T2 tomorrow, or do you think that this is over? You know, Upstart really hasn't dropped enough to not run anymore. So it could. Yeah, I mean there's still some T+2 exposure there from yesterday. And then there's, you know, some T5 exposure from here, from 517. So very possible. Yeah. It could still see more upside. Netflix ripping? News? Maybe? I don't see any news on it. It's got to be something. That was a big buy. Or there's just a buyer at 355. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any news. I wouldn't read too much into it. It could also just be like short calls closing. Netflix subscription news? What news? Because I have puts. That was old. There was already subscription news. This market can't handle rejection that well. What do you think's gonna happen, Dork, when everybody who bought, like, I don't know, Nvidia at 300 and Apple at 170 and Google at 120 and Amazon at 115 and Microsoft at 320? What do you think happens on a 5% drawdown? At 4150 is fucking stacked. On the 616 expiry, it's got like 12 million gamma already. Negative. 12 million negative gamma. You're welcome. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's really nice to look at inflation in just the last 10 months. Are we ignoring that inflation is rising? Are you presenting me with a bull case? Mount St. Funk? The total negative gamma for 4150. Yes, million. It's negative 36.7 million. That's not the GEX. That's the contract gamma.
$36 million of gamma exposure would be nothing. That's 12 million negative. The timing was impressive. Now just learn to execute like that. I did. I 4x'd a bunch of 0 DTEs. Yeah, the gamma exposure is in the billions. Mark my words, we're ending below 41.58. Okay. Not you, me. Uh-oh. Wiener, I'm bored. Is it because you closed all your positions? What about your August calls? Netflix pop was something about password sharing in the US. Oh, okay. What's the expiry date on your Upstart cover calls? June 16. I sold some more today. Like another 20 this morning. Still selling them at 25. Although I should probably sell the rest out of the money. Or at the money. Pull on net worth. Eh. Are my 107 minutes to expiry 4150 is going in the money? Let's see. We're testing gamma neutral. Yeah, they could. SCX 4200, 4190, bear put spread for 6-2 is looking tempting at a debit of 550. While there is some risk, it feels relatively safe way for 80% profit. Okay. So in the money debit spread? A lot of delta exposure. Why in the money? Just to reduce the risk? Like, you have no chance of early assignment, right? They're European settled. Thanks, Goblin Rifle. I did it kind of smart today. I rolled my call hedge down to a strike closer to at the money. Fewer contracts, even money. Nice. Curious. Gamma neutral is 158. $158.81. Next important level, well, it's like here, 134 something. Yeah, reducing some risk of a bounce, though it seems like we bounced down from 4,200 quickly enough. Yeah, I don't think the momentum's gonna stop here. Yeah, we're negative gamma. It looks like everyone finally hit their GME price target of 23.50 and sold off. Let's pack it up. Assuming the momentum keeps up, what's your SPX downside target? It's a good question. Barring any crazy events and a resolution of the debt ceiling, I could see us moving back to like 3,900 over the next couple weeks. I don't think that's out of the question. 3,950. Maybe by end of June. There's the biggest problem I have with that though is that there's still way too much data coming out between now and then, right? There's the Fed decision, there's, you know, the resolution of the debt ceiling or lack of resolution of the debt ceiling, and both of those could severely impact any like longer term estimates. Right now, near term, I'm targeting like 40-50 and a move on the VIX up to about $20, which seems to be in line. 4,000's a little more out of reach, just positionally. We would need some serious fucking downside days. We're still about 300 BPS, a little more than 300 BPS away from 4,000, so June 8th? I mean, if the market could make it through like Yellen's default date, right? They'll have to pass an extension or something.
I keep explaining to my friends negative gamma and high tail risk, but they say I've put my life savings on a single horse and invented a bunch of hopium. Okay. I seek the validation of my peers. How do I indoctrinate them into a cult? Are your peers investment savvy? Both there's people like that who like just put money in their 401ks. They always feel very confident when the market's moving up or the market's flat. Like they think they're doing the right thing because it's, you know, what you're told to do. But don't worry, they'll start sweating. Is there any reason to believe Upstart could test 30 again this week? Yeah, it could. I'm not going to say it's out of the question. It's unlikely. Shorts are starting to come in hard again. Some of the shorts came in a little too early. They got squeezed off yesterday. But shorts are coming in again, and they're less likely to get squeezed out a second time. Well, third time. There's still a very good bear case for Upstart. You know, the macro headwinds are not, regardless of their, you know, balance sheet shift and everything, the macro headwinds still present a problem for them. And should the Fed maintain a higher rate for longer, it could be bad. We squeezing off the shorts here? I'm short. Short king. Please help. Not sure if I'm doing this right. All my 616 NVIDIA puts delta add up to 1.85 combined. Do I get a weekly call with the same delta to hedge? You're not gonna find a call with 1.85 delta, but you could find 2 calls with that delta. I love the dudes on TikTok are like, I have 500k net worth, bet 35. Here's how I did it. And then 66% of the money is in a 401k. And I asked them how they will do in the upcoming guaranteed crash. I mean, it's not hard to make 500,000 by the time you're 35. That's like a good job and living cheap and not having kids. You keep your dick in your pants. Or just keep your pants on in general. And have a decent job. And you should definitely be able to hit 500k by the time you're 35. Did that man's 0 DTE puts go into the money? I don't know. Everyone's 0 DTE puts went in the money today. We're down 120 basis points almost. Where does this bounce? I drew the next important line. What bounce? I'm serious. Alright, unless there's some wide-scale put capitulation. Negative gamma's about 7.5 billion right now. Or Gex. Hard to bounce in this environment. We could hit 41.35. Plenty of future sellers. On a serious note, I've learned so much from you the past 2 years. I could never have learned all that from anywhere else. Thanks a lot, man. I don't know how I can ever pay you back. Chill. Just keep hanging out, man. That's all good. Thanks, Dwayne. I'm worried that Kathy called the top on Palantir, but it looks like it's Diamond Hands mooning. It's doing okay. Probably not for much longer. Thanks, meat is good. I don't know. We're moving kind of out of the range of like the 0 DTE puts at this point. I can see us settling around, like closing around the 4150 mark. I don't think that's unreasonable. You see, Gerg, if there was ever a crash catalyst, wait, what is it? which one? Is it floating rate risk? Is it treasury shorts? Is it the Fed? Is it the Treasury? Is it our stupid as fuck Congress? / executive branch? Don't get me started on the Senate. We don't need them. It's Janet Yellen sucking at running a bank account. Somebody lost the $1 trillion coin. No way Lily goes down again tomorrow, right? Why not? Sometimes I'm early. I try not to be. Three-legged race. Biden, Pelosi, J-Pow, Yellen. Who wins and why? I mean J-Pow because he's already so used to dragging everyone's weight around. I'm just saying the US will pay over $1 trillion in interest rate payments this quarter. That's what I love about the like Twitter bulls that are like, guys, this is gonna rip so hard as soon as they pass this bullshit debt ceiling, right? Without understanding that the Treasury is gonna immediately issue $1 trillion in new securities. You want to talk about quantitative tightening? Yellen's about to do more in one day than J-Pow did in the last fucking 12 months. Premature trading affects 100% of all male traders at some point in their lives. Yellen was the real catalyst this whole time. With a $1 trillion coin fit in a gumball machine, that could be a whole lot of gumballs. You could probably buy your own gumball machine with a loan backed by the $1 trillion coin. Do you think they exhausted the downside for today? I think we probably closed somewhere around 41.50. Will Waller in the FOMC minutes tomorrow tell us anything we don't already know? Probably not. Most of the Fed presidents seem to be sticking to the narrative of either, non-transparency in a decision, or they feel that another hike is necessary, and they're not wrong. More hikes are necessary. I'm up 150% on my Lily puts and my paper trading account. Looks at real account Lily puts about to break even with shame. I came too early, didn't I? I should have wore a paper. Probably just average in more over a longer period of time instead of entering the entirety of a position all at once. But the fact that you're almost at break even is a good, it's a good, I think it's a good place to be now at this point. Who's dropping decently when SPX follow? SPX already tracks it. Are you looking at 15-minute old data? Less loss better than entire loss. Yeah. I mean, I still think Lily's got a decent amount of downside on it. Did I blow up my chart? Yeah, of course I did. I don't think, obviously 400's the important test here, but I don't think that like 375 is out of the question. It could potentially go as low as like 350. If there's a serious market downturn, maybe lower, but probably not. It's pretty defensive. But it hit about 312 on the banking crisis. Hit about 300 during October. But I think like 400, 380 is definitely not ridiculous. Christ, maybe I pay for data, but who the fuck knows? I mean, if futures don't look like they're doing the same thing as SPX, you don't have live data on one of them. The pump last week was stressful, but Theta wins again. Thanks, Pickle Man. No problem, dude. The Bulls just wanted to make sure we got cheaper puts, that's all. I'm sure glad we're past that banking crisis. Sure we are. June Spy 413p was $6. Why not? Dork Delta Online. Oh fuck. You trying to get that in the money today? Real talk, any chance of 4100 by end of week? Sure, yeah, we're close enough. Twat Waffle, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Twat Waffle a big shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. Can you explain how and when SPX and ES are not in sync and arbitrage shows up wherein HFTs can make risk-free money, which is why it will close up immediately? Actually efficient market. Well, some parts of it are efficient. That one particularly is very efficient. Oh god, the pores are back. Yeah. Gurman, make sure that you have it turned on. Make sure you turn on gifting. You click the little the notification and it should tell you that you can like turn it on. Unless you have like a commercial account or whatever, then you can't. Just remember, being poor is a mindset. And thanks, Girk. Lily was such a terrible play. It's getting a lot better. I bought some puts this morning that are up 85%. When the debt debacle plays out and they start moving all the money around, how much do you think it will impact the banks? I mean, it can't be good for them, right? They can't really afford to buy. Oh god, I mean, the floating rate interest is going to be very compelling. I think any spike in treasury yields, you know, and we think they've been trying to prevent that from happening as much as they can by driving equities higher. Yeah, I think it presents a great deal of risk. There's risk on the other end of the spectrum there, right? All that duration risk is hedged through swaps, and you know someone is counterparty to those swaps. Actually, there's not a lot of counterparties to those swaps. There's a handful, right? You know, it's not so bad if you're, you know, swapping out, you know, inflation risk on, you know, like a 1.85 like 5-year note, right? But when you're doing it on a 5-year note that's approaching like 6 or 7%, suddenly that risk is a lot higher. And then the higher the yields go, the more people are encouraged to buy into treasuries, right? I mean, like currently, I think the 2-year already beats Nvidia's growth for the next 2 years, right? So it's already better to buy a 2-year note than it is to buy most, even the big cap tech companies with their raised guidance. And if yields go higher, that only encourages participants to get into them even more. So Lily not actually Nvidia part 2. No. Well, I mean, at least it's coming down. You are, Sari. So the Treasury has to issue a fuck ton of new treasuries. The swaps become worthless? No. The hedging risk becomes far greater, right? Yields go up, and someone's pinned to that floating rate, right? So you know you're a bank, and you like a small bank, like a regional bank, and you pick up like a bunch of treasuries, and then any kind of inflation risk presents itself and you need to hedge against yields rising in the future, if you're a responsible bank, not like SVB, you're going to get inflation swaps, right? And you're going to try to swap out that floating rate. That way you don't lose money on your duration, right? And somebody's the counterparty to that. So at some point, somebody agreed to swap out interest on, 2% yields, and those yields are double now, which means that risk is doubled, right? And if those yields triple, quadruple, quintuple, that risk explodes, right? Is there any way you could get leverage on a 2-year note? Shut your fucking mouth. Say sextuple. Regional banks have unlimited groundwater cash levels from their local serfs to grow their deposit base, therefore offsetting a lot of their duration risk by taking on more duration risk. Can you clip that so I can go back and watch it 50 more times till it makes sense? No, but you can ask me 50 more times. I can't wait for the 2-year at 6%. You just want to watch the world burn? I mean, I'm also long volatility, but I'm not a sick fuck. Jamie Diamondhand already jinxed the market and said 6 to 7% is possible. What, federal funds rate? Because he's not wrong. Market turning coal into diamonds. What's up, Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin? Gerg, is this a crash? I don't know yet. Could it become one? Maybe. It depends on how bad our government fucks things up. Thankfully, something I have a lot of confidence in is that our government will fuck things up. The probability of something getting fucked up is very high at all times. DeSantis partnering with Musk to announce his 2024 run. Market saved 4,444 incoming. Yeah. You know Musk can't run for president, right? Just a side note. This all sounds very bullish for MOASS. There's nothing to do with MOASS. It sounds bullish for buying GME at $5. Why do politicians always fuck up everything? They're elected by idiots. Idiots representing idiots. I don't mean each individual is an idiot, but people as a group are always stupid as fuck. Can we elect you to be president of the USA? No, because I'm not running for president of the USA. Groupthink like SS. Groupthink like everything that is decided by the public. If the stream card isn't you in a magician's outfit, it's a missed opportunity. Maybe I'll talk to some of the stream card people. I have an idea. I'll write in your name. I got you. Is the skew getting better now? What do you mean? Calls are getting more fairly priced. I mean, the skew isn't really very blown out in either direction right now. I think calls are actually still a little more expensive. Can you explain how market makers control elections? Yeah, you give money to the two people you want to run because they both have the same goals. This is the third red day in a row on NVIDIA. Are my puts saved? They're definitely doing better. Are you taking profit on your June puts here, or are you holding for more downside? I'm holding them. Yeah, skew is very, very call heavy. But that incentivizes call selling, right? No, I just eat pizza. I don't put tomatoes on grilled cheese. I don't want a soggy grilled cheese. I want it crisp and melty. What June 16 puts do you have? I have 40, 50, 4,000, 4,100, 3,800, 3,500, 4125s. You know the coolest thing, if you guys remember a few days ago, I got blown up on that 41.55 short leg of my straddle. It's back in the money. Well, I didn't get blown up, but the short leg of it got left way behind. Straddles with theta, bee's knees. How do you manage all these positions and stream at the same time? You know, it used to be hard. Now it's just kind of easy. And most of my positioning doesn't require a lot of management. The vast majority of things I trade are like covered calls, CSPs, and spreads, right? So they're just like income strats, and they don't really require I pay even very much attention to them. Usually I can set up, conditional orders when I place the order, and I don't ever have to look at the position again after I make an entry. Um, and then like active trading stuff is easy. You're not in it for very long. I'm running for president and would kindly like to use your platform as my launching pad. Beef 2024. I'll use Chat GPT to solve all our problems. I don't like him. He's kind of a pompous prick. Does Upstart have any squeeze left? It could, yeah. Still very sensitive to the market. Although I don't think the market looks like it's going to bounce, so that kind of makes it less fun. I'm probably not going to play the upside on it again. I'm just going to keep selling covered calls.
Can I put an ad on your face hat? If so, how much? Make me an offer I can't refuse, Lukes. J-Fresh Grey Fresh 2024. I mean, trading is more self-taught. I went to school for finance, but trading is, I would say the vast majority of my trading and market mechanic knowledge came from learning on my own. And most of that information isn't really available institutionally. Some of it is, but not very much. With treasuries maybe about to nosedive post debt ceiling resolution, is it long yen time? I'm already long yen. Long yen, short Nikkei. If I was an MM, I would fake a bounce repeatedly to fuck the low theta bears and bulls. Yeah. What do you think about Pone's DD? What DD? Oh, in general? I mean, it's just like a bunch of hyperbolic conspiracy bullshit. Just trust her. You don't know how to do math, right? That's the general summation of it. I'm not a fan. I think she's actually pretty smart, but I think the ambitions are horribly misplaced. Toasted quinoa bread with turkey plus cheese and tomato bisque. Not too soggy. Ew. Is there an instrument to go long JPY without straight up holding currency? Futures? Although you know you still have to, and if it you still have a delivery requirement on futures, but not while you're holding the contract. There's ETFs. Shots fired. I'm 90% sure Pone talks way more shit about me than I do about her. Would you not agree that this is the most crucial phase of formation for peer-reviewed and confirmed diamond top? I remember the time Pone tipped you $500. I thought for sure it was like wedding bells. So sad. No. That was strange. I don't know what that was about. Should I walk my dog now or wait 67 minutes? For power hour? I don't know. Does this look super exciting? How's the OI looking? I mean, there's a shitload of puts at 40-50. There's a lot of repositioning going on. I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement for the rest of the day. Like, Gamma's all spiked up on the 40-50. We might drive a little bit below it into close to get the 0 DTE 40-50s in the money. So, you know, when I say we're going to end right around 40-50, what I really mean by that is we're probably going to end just under 40-50 because there's 1.2 billion gamma at the 41.50 strike negative. And they're going to want that at least a couple bucks in the money. I don't think Pone is a plant or a stooge or any of that. So 4150p is basically free money. No. There's incentive to get them in the money. That doesn't mean they will. There's incentive for market makers to keep them out of the money. Jimmy upside tomorrow 50-50 doesn't look good. I don't see any capitulation in short volatility positioning. I don't think GME's going anywhere. It had a nice little run on its ETF FTDs, but without the market rising, it's just still liquid, right? God damn, my dad just called. Did he tell you he's getting divorced? While he was pouring out his soul to me, the call dropped. Our MM usually very passive since they just touched Delta. Yeah, but this close to the money, nearing expiry, right? There's enough like risk on the table that it's worth it for them to get them out of the money. Very, very, very hard to hedge Delta appropriately into expiration, right? The closer you get to expiration, the more like gamma expands, right? Well, it's hard to hedge gamma. So it's actually quite difficult to hedge all of the risk implied by those options that are at or just in the money into their expiration. Just to double check, NVIDIA earnings is tomorrow after hours, right? I don't want to hedge until the last minute. I believe so, yeah. I'll double check. Yeah, tomorrow after market close. If my parents get divorced, did I just enter a familial straddle? I think so. I don't know. I wouldn't even know. Like, my dad was around when I was little, but very rarely. And then he just died, right? So, like, I didn't have to deal with that. I really wouldn't know how to, like, juggle two parents. I guess you just make a schedule for the holidays. If you were not in NVIDIA already, would you try to play earnings? Maybe, but not in the way you would think. If Dork's parents get divorced, do you get custody? I'm starting to think that's how this is going to end up. Juggling the two parents is annoying. Holidays become a drag. What you need to do is you just invite them both over for the holidays, right? But you don't tell either one. That way you don't have to travel between places. And then you just make it all about you. Try having remarried parents. Now you have four to hide things from. Makes you good though. I thought you meant your parents remarried each other. God no. Then they're in your house together being a nightmare. Terrible plan. I disagree. I'm married to my ex-wife. Wait, what? You can always put them in timeout if they act out. That's true. You just need to set up boundaries, right? I am not 36. Fuck you. No wife talk, please. Why? You don't need to worry about it. Growing up, my mom used to say, "My house, my rules." She did not like last Christmas, where I reverse Uno'd that argument in my house. Got married when we were 20, divorced at 23, remarried at 25, back together for 10 years. That's magical. Imagine meeting the right person, not liking them, then meeting them again and liking them more the second time. People are so strange. Girk is a 56-year-old silver fox. Not yet. God, I need to start hitting the gym soon, though. I've only got like 6 years. I guess I could always take steroids. Yeah. Are you insulted? 36 is too old for what you actually are, or it's too young for what you are? Both. If your parents get divorced, it means you failed as a child to keep them together. Yes. I imagine it's more of a, well, we tried to play the field and it didn't work out for either of us type situation. No. I want to imagine there's more hope. I'm also married to my ex-wife. We just had our second 8th anniversary. What makes people think that the second, like, you go through all the trouble of marriage and then divorce, why get married the second time? Like, I can understand, you know, getting back together with an ex. Everyone's made that mistake, right? But like, you don't marry him twice. Can you guys, if you guys have already, hold on, maybe I'm wrong about this because I'm not very religious. If you've had sex already in wedlock, do you go to hell if you have sex out of wedlock afterwards? Or does God not recognize divorce? Are you a sinner? Don't get married, period. That's the answer. I mean, that's my answer. That's my truth. Don't try to logic religion. It cancels out. The divorce rules only apply to women. That makes sense. We're born sinners, Gork. Yeah, but they wash that off you. You get held upside down by a pedophile in a tub of water. Fixed. You're about to lose another 20% of your viewers. Keep doing God's work. It was growing too quick. I can't manage it. These are the critical thinking questions that make a great trader. Jesus died for my sins already. I'm all good. Should feel guilty about that. If God isn't real, explain incantations in Elden Ring. It's a video game. Regarding technical analysis, can you triple stamp a double stamp? Sure. The Bible told me my July 3600 Ps will go in the money. Luke's 1013. You wouldn't be the first person the Bible lied to. If God isn't real, explain how video games work. They're a program run on a processor. Core part of the belief is that Jesus chose that. That's not what Mel Gibson told me. I'm supposed to believe you over Mel Gibson? Hey, Gurk, for the call side of a straddle, when you feel like more downside is more likely and that downside could persist, low chance to rescue calls, do you buy less theta? Yes. I buy less theta on the call side. Go long a JPY FX pair? Yeah, you could do that. I had to deck into a meeting. My SPY 415 got stopped out for 15% profit, then proceeds to rocket 3 times. Yep, such is life, I guess. Held those things underwater for a week and missed the payoff. I'm sorry to hear that, Papa Muff. That's a very tight stop on a longer dated position. Mel Gibson told me he was going to lie to you before he talked to you. Fuck. Trouser snake? I like to think Jesus was an OP sorcerer who was doing magic than miracles. Interesting. I'm watching the stream next to my highly religious idiot father. This discussion is the best. June 16's getting priced up a smidgen. A little bit. And Vix moved up today, so that helped. Is this why J-Pow and his friends were laughing on stage the other day? They knew they sold the top and SS is holding their bags. I don't know if it's just super stonk. It's all good, Genghis. Mel Gibson is a hoser. Is he still alive? police and teachers, pension funds are holding those bags, not SS. We're holding Kenny's bags. I don't even know if you're holding Kenny's bags anymore. You might just be holding each other's bags. Yeah, I know. Like Jen's selling calls to Hazy. I'm selling calls to people with more money than Hazy. Bipolar Bear's selling puts to Cam. I'm selling kidneys. Well, you got another month of Pigeon Wall coming up, so I don't care about SS, Ken Griffin or whatever. I'm just here to be Girk's exit liquidity whenever he needs it. Thanks, Trader Man. That's family for you, yeah. It's really almost socialism, right? Like, if I sold Hazy calls and Pie Buller Bear sold me puts, same like family. You think GME will keep falling prior to earnings? Here's what I think. There's no reason for it to go up. I know, that's crazy. I updated my phone and Snapchat put in AI. I asked it to describe September 11th in emojis. It did so successfully, but I asked it how it knew. It lied to me about its access to the internet. Shady. Girk's origin story mirrors Kim Jong-il's. Since SPX down 100 BPS today, that means we go up 150 BPS tomorrow? No, believe it or not, that's not how that works. Hear me out, Pulte. Maybe Pulte's the one who exercised my options last week. Does $250,000 in CSPs have much of an effect on price? No. Probably not. Even if I sell like all my covered calls at once, it generally doesn't drive price down more than like 20-30 cents. Kirk was born during a double top. The market soared that year. Why are Riot and Mara down so much with Bitcoin up? I mean, Bitcoin's not up a lot. Also, the indexes are down. No, there's nothing different with the dynamic, but, they still have active fund pressure. So if the market's dropping super hard, they're not going to perform as well. They outperform if both are rising simultaneously. Is it possible that GME this year just spike on each earnings? Like sort of a run on March, June, and September, but not F-Man OPEX? Probably not.
That would require all their earnings to be good. If God and angels aren't real, then how did my aunt buy me so many nice things and max out her credit card 4 days after she passed away 8 years ago? It was a miracle. Probably best not to describe credit card fraud publicly on the internet. 20 to 30 cents could get you a share of BBYRQ. Yeah, but I could also get me 5 minutes at a New York City parking spot. Which one's more valuable? There isn't a single plane in those pictures, McConnerberry. Is Chat GPT trying to tell us something about 9/11 that we don't know? I'm just gonna go ahead and blatantly gaslight all of you. Ooh, that sounds fun. If you rent a parking spot for a year, you can set up a trailer on it and get super cheap rent. But what do you do with the poop? Why is there a high five after the crying on the 9/11 emojis? I think that's praying, not a high five. Just sitting over here banned. Yeah, market hasn't crashed yet. What's the significance of closing under gamma neutral? I know it makes for a more volatile environment. We've always regarded it good for more downside. What implies more down about that? It's more likely that there's going to be increased leverage and longer dated put positioning. Also, the market maker hedge prevents bounces to some degree, unless there's a high degree of capitulation on the short side. What's up, Gork? Just finished that phone call. We bearish? I don't see a reason not to be at this point. Just get a parking spot with a storm drain next to it and set up a chute from the trailer. But then the chute's gonna get gross. How do you keep the chute clean? How do you keep your chute clean? True story. I was in the audience of the Doug Stanhope show where he first told his joke about his mom's credit card maxing out after her death. You know where that guy stole the joke from? At Dante's in Portland, Oregon. Get wrecked, random guy with a joke. I don't remember who wrote it, so I'm just gonna insert random guy as his screen name. The MM buys into rips, but the net pressure is down. Their hedge, like the consistent hedge is down. That's why they have to buy into reversal in price action. Although I guess that's mostly due to the accumulation of more puts. That was not me. Also, if you want more trauma dumps, I got them. I also have a toenail update. Also, even a pope said heaven and hell are states of the mind. I live without my keys and I left without my keys and wallet this morning. How are you affording the day drinking? Do you have a tab? I keep my chute clean the same way I keep my trailer chute clean, a hose and rainwater. Do you harvest the rainwater? Somehow I ended my trading day down $290. Really? The market really only moved one way today, besides sideways for the early part of it. No, I'm not a poor. Oh, okay. Can we keep doing this up and down 10 full dollars as fast as possible for the next 30 minutes? That'd be great. Yeah, actually, we could. Although it'll probably narrow the closer we get to close. Singapore Airlines will pay some staff a huge bonus of more than 8 months' salary after posting the highest profits in its 76-year history, Bloomberg first reported. Ah, gross. I wouldn't want to be a shareholder in that company. Imagine paying your employees more. What's that, like, good job? What kind of work-life culture is that? I wouldn't hold a 1 DTE 4090. That's quite far out of the money. For 4190 or 4090? Those are very different options, Sir David. Has nobody commented on your 4150 call being correct thus far? Shame on them. You know they haven't, actually, Dork. Fucking, what do you expect, right? I think the market will close at 4:15 p.m. Eastern today. You'd be wrong. No one's commenting on it because we're trading the $10 swings. I don't believe it. Up or down tomorrow? You can keep going down. There's plenty of puts. $6 for Amazon bear ears for Kitty Man. Wait, you think I'm putting bear ears on my cat? Like a costume? On a cat. Have you owned a cat? Great call on the Tesla puts. Picked up a couple at 192, up 15%. Stop set at cost basis. Hope it craters by mid-June. That'd be cool. It did last time. Worked out really well the last time I shorted it. Is Docu a good short at these prices? It could be, yeah. It could be. I'd wait a couple days. It ran pretty hard, right? I might wait for the IV to drop off. I need to sell covered calls on that, actually. If the market ignores the general bearishness again on this downturn, how far down will the current positioning carry us, do you think? 4,000? I mean, the zero DTE shorting is far more effective to the downside than it is to the upside. We'll see when and if longs start coming back in. Right now, there's not a lot of evidence of them even existing. No, never, but I love my friend's cat very much. Great friend. Big chomps. Okay. Tesla PT probably 160 by June. My PT is like 165. It can go below that, but right now my PT is 165. It's actually 167, but 165 is close enough. Let's play Pop My Cherry on Tesla. Wow. Well, it's not as risky as it used to be. Tesla used to be a lot more dangerous to play than it is nowadays. But it's still a worthless bag of shit. So, there's money to be made. I think the talks were good. They broke down. Got to go back and do something a little more creative. Look at some other ways for some numbers on some challenges that we have 43 minutes ago. Wow. That's a lot of saying nothing. The whole market range bound by covered calls and CSPs. Not so many CSPs now. A lot of covered calls. Wow. Who said they're covered? Oh, how do I hedge the upside on NVIDIA without paying for crazy IV? Sell it. You sell the IV. Not a bull credit spread. Well, yeah, you could. You already have bear spreads open, right? So can't you just open in like an inverse condor? You could open a put. Yeah, you could open like a put butterfly. So you sell two puts at the money, buy a put out of the money on either side, put or fly. Inverse, put or fly. You're profitable on all strikes that aren't at the money. Oh well, within the spread. So within the $10 spread. There's a few ways to do it though. That's one. You can do the same thing on the call side. And since you already have call spreads open, yeah, so what you could do is like, so you have a call spread open, right? So you have a sold call here, bought call here. You can sell another call at the same strike and then buy a call here. And then you're profitable on anything outside of the spread. But your sold calls ensure that you're not exposed to the IV crush. Or well, you benefit from the IV crush. Because the more IV crushes, the more your spread narrows. I'm not truly bearish until SPY falls below 412 with momentum. I'm not bearish unless SPY falls below 4080, really. 4050 ideally. Not truly bearish. Can you ask everyone to shill where they work? I want to see if any of my colleagues are in here so I can report them. Are you trying to get a promotion? Would you hold 334p QQQ for Friday? What's QQQ trading at? Sorry. You could. I mean,
Your risk here is going out of the money overnight. I guess it would depend on what your premium is. I work for the DTCC. Woo. Nice, Trash. I've got so much Delta. Thing is, I've also got so much Gamma. Winston. Nice. I like that you're embracing the character. Rentec would never hire you, Hazy. No offense. But, yeah. I've got a seat on the GME board. Okay, I believe that. Today is almost as bad as the day I found out Lance Bass was gay. Why was that day bad? Did it mean he already had a boyfriend and it wasn't you? I'm their janitor. My strike has so much fucking concavity. And it's like the lenses in Janet Yellen's readers. No offense, but you have zero marketable skills. Next thing we know, like, Hazy's not lying. He's just the head of their PR department. He's going to start releasing meme videos about Rentec. So nobody mentioned Wendy's. Sad. Yeah, I mean, Wendy's is paying $20 an hour for those of you guys that have blown up your ports recently. $20 an hour? I will not go back. I don't know where. In New York City, they pay like 25. That's why like a junior bacon cheeseburger is like $4.50 here or $5. Anyone here work at Brazzers? I had a really good friend who worked for Vivid that I went to school with. He was a producer. I guess that's what you call it. What's the top manager's salary in Eastern Europe? He studied video editing or like videography. I don't actually know what his degree was in. He had a rich daddy and he funded porn films, and then he bought a mansion in the valley, which was disgusting. Where he threw big parties and did blow with porn stars all day. He probably still does that. I haven't talked to him in a few years. No, he didn't go to school for finance. You know, he wasn't as happy as you'd think he'd be. Also, he got herpes. Hashtag post MOASS goals. Nobody's ever happy. That's the secret DDS DD.
No, his investment decisions are awful. Fortunately, though, I think most of the money he has is managed under a trust. If commercial real estate collapses, will dollar menus come back? Possibly, yeah. Any chance we close below 4150? Yep, that's possible. How do I get a trust? Well, sometimes you're just born with it. Do you think VIX holds 18? It's trying to. Could you rename the SLD period to the STD period? It would make me feel really special, at least just once. I could try. It probably won't take. I mean, we talked about 18 successful months of SLD before anybody decided to play it. And then inevitably, when everyone decided to pile into one, they all got burned. Consistent as fuck up until then, though. My grandparents owned a laundromat that went bankrupt. That's basically a trust, right? Do you still have the machines? Were they liquidated? Someone's been silenced by Ko-Fi. Now I'm curious. Why do the friends and classmates you described from your college all have common similarities? Rich parents, super fucked up, blow up money. What kind of college did you go to? A good one. Yeah. That's pretty much any top 20 school. Definitely every top 10 school. Maybe you just need to get better at socializing. I work at a top 10 school. It's not quite like that. Get better friends? Finance is particularly rife with people like that. The hard sciences, no, not so much. Yeah, business school. It's hard to be good at socializing when everyone in your major is 17 and a dweeb. That should just make, if you're the oldest person, that should just make you the coolest one, right? You gotta own that. Chef, ninja, chariot horse. I did want to be a ninja when I grew up when I was little. I'd probably just be a doctor. That's what I wanted to be when I first went to school. I was like, I'm gonna be a doctor and make tons of money. And then I realized doctors don't really make that much money. Some do, but like once you're old, and who wants money when they're old? That's like when you don't need money anymore, right? Because you can just give up. I did choose wisely. There's a chemical engineering degree. This is worthless. The astronomers get pretty crazy. They scared me. Huh. Why would you bork a deer? I have not. AJ. I want money when I'm old. I'm never giving up. Okay. The problem is that all the hot people in college are still living with their parents and complaining about having a curfew. At some point, there's just too much of a gap. Okay, fair enough. When I went to school, more people had their own places. I had a class at community college called Life in the Universe, where this astronomy professor went full crackpot on us for the entire semester about gamma ray bursts and von Neumann machines. That's fucking awesome. Did he talk to you guys about Dyson spheres? Did he ever pitch you the binary like the binary star system? God, what do they call our second son that they can't prove exists? It's not Planet X. So there's a theory that our solar system is like it's like a binary star system, right? Like we have the sun, which is the more massive star, and then you have another star like a brown dwarf or something that's on a like much longer orbit, right? And then every like, here's your planets. And every like 24 million years, it just takes like a bunch of like rocks from what's the belt called? I'm not a fucking astronomer. There's like some belt, the Oort belt or Oort cloud, and it just like flings them at Earth. Kuiper belt? Yeah, maybe my Oort cloud or Kuiper belt. It's fucking one of those. That's a regarded theory. It's pretty dumb. Nibiru? Oh, okay. That might be it. Comet Fest 2040-20. Chastity belt? Excellent. If we could fling these rocks and have them land harmlessly in a field in Poland, that would be great. Did you also want to be a lawyer when you were little? Not particularly. I liked to argue with people. My grandma wanted me to be a lawyer. She also just liked to argue with me, though. I'm not really sure. That might be her fault. This bear flag is gonna break down, right? Sure, man. Lawyers tend to be that person who tells on everyone in grade school. Scientology thing? Oh, I'll just look it up. It's called Nemesis theory.
Are we planning to do 401 Treasury balance dance party again this afternoon? Are we doing a poll for the Treasury balance? We don't have a lot of time. Ah, fuck it. I don't want to type it out. Guess what? Bank filled the gap on the daily. Bullish. It's because I'm gray, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe. Your lack of membership is not the reason that I'm ignoring you. It's because I didn't read what you wrote. It's not Nibiru. It's literally called Nemesis theory. And it's been largely replaced by the Taiki theory. Although Taiki does more closely resemble the Nibiru theory. That there is a rogue planet. Why did you let me trade SPY before? I had nothing to do with you trading SPY. Theoretical binary star. Yes. Sedna? Or isn't that supposed to be like the planet that's beyond Pluto? That's not the same. When you call it a rogue planet, you make it sound like it's a loose cannon who doesn't play by the rules. I mean, yeah. Are you familiar with the theory that Andy Richter controls the universe? I'm not. Betelgeuse has been fluctuating violently in brightness. We might be able to catch it going supernova. Might be the catalyst we've been looking for. That's like... That's not good, right? Right? Depending on which direction the gamma ray burst fires, right? That's it. That's a super massive star. Shush. They could fire directly at us. Didn't Da Vinci write a mathematical code that explained that entire theory? Astaroth got wrecked today. Ooh, is it back below nav? We'll get a flood of neutrinos that'll be fun to detect. So I don't have to take my vitamins for a while. Well, I mean, couldn't Betelgeuse become a neutron star, though? It's probably big enough that it would just become a black hole. Ah, you bastard. Yeah, jinx. No, my voice is just, I don't know why it's delayed. Do they still make Flintstones vitamins for children? Yes? Oh my god. For the parents in here, do you guys ever punish your children by giving them Flintstones vitamins? Even though they've now created the vastly superior and less awful gummy vitamin? No, I give them melatonin. Oh. Flintstones gummy vitamins. No, that's awful. You gotta give them the chalky ones that were like orange and tasted like shit. I have a theory that and hear me out, because this is pretty broad and very unrefined. But I have a theory that we keep making things slightly better for children over time, which takes away the incentive for children to want to become adults. And Flintstones vitamins they're just a small part of that, right? But it's a very unenjoyable part of childhood. And it made you want to be an adult more. And by taking away those things, we're breeding a generation of adults that are in fact children. I mean, it's too late. We can't reverse it. This makes me think you're older than 30 something. Nope. Do you see this face? Not a fucking wrinkle inside. I don't even have crow's feet. It's that supple Italian skin. I don't have a moisturizer regimen. I'm Italian. I produce oils naturally. Hey Gork, 41.45. $3 bounce into close. Oh, how bearish is that? Well, I mean, they're making sure that the 41.50s are in the money, right? But we can't close here. This is irresponsible. We have to bounce. You can't let the 41.45s go in the money. That'd be ridiculous. I can't believe you're under 30, because if that's true, then I will be depressed about my current financial situation at my age. Why? We just had different paths. See? Look, 41.48, like I said. Greg is 312 years old. He's like an Anne Rice vampire, just accumulating wealth over the centuries. If that was the case, I'd really suck at this. I think most of us can be depressed about our financial situation in comparison to Girk, regardless of age. But now you know how to, like, well, you know a little bit more about how to do the same. Right? So that's neat. Stop Winstoning me. That's my meme, alright? You can't just... Is there any significance to Jimmy breaking the horizontal line from the January sneeze? No, and they keep moving that fucking line. It's also a diagonal, not a it's not horizontal anyway. Ding ding, the day is done. The 4145s did close out of the money, but just barely. With the 4150s nailing it. No 4148. Room for improvement. Yeah. I mean, I could only do so much in one day. Treasury 28.335, 8 billion more. Okay, doing a little bit better today. 31 trillion in debt, 68 billion in cash on hand. Actually fucking killing it. USA. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Good game. Have a good night. Later, guys.